Hello, hello, hello. Now I'm paranoid that I'll be paranoid until the end of my life that I'm not getting levels. Oh, I need to fix my camera too because it's still adjusted and you can see that light back there. Hi guys, how are you? How is everybody? We're here, alive and all, alive and all. That's a suitable achievement. That is a suitable achievement. That is perfectly commendable. How is everybody's weekend? My hair is doing crazy things today. It's just a thing. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Ah, my mom, I've been using a lot of like these like banana clip thingies, and my mom gave me a bunch for Christmas as like a stocking stuffer, and I've been using the hell out of them because they're super grippy, and I'm just like, I have too much hair to not have hair things that work. Ah, nice. Hey, Toonie. Got my books. Cool. I'll have to check it out. Sorry, I haven't been on Instagram really at all today. Um, Past live streams, but this is technically a current one. There we go. Hello, Ellery. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Jelena. Tubi, Toonie, Cameron. A 2-for-1 stream. Yes. So it's been a while. If you guys have been here for other Scooby Doo and You streams, you'll know it's been like about a month, right, since we read one, at least. It's been a second. And they're short, and I was just like, actually, we could probably do a couple of them. I was like looking at them on the shelf today. So I was like, there's no point in like not getting caught up. So we've got a lot of things to read and, you know, make up for lost time and whatnot. I've been doing a lot of nothing about before adult responsibilities, bitch in the morning. Yeah, that's fun. I mean, like today, like usually I have been in this kind of routine where I've been working at this computer because my normal computer is still in the shop. And I've just kind of been here, working, editing, or doing something for either my channel or for clients or something like constantly, and then going to bed way too late. And so today, like, I had like a brief, I was like, tonight and tomorrow I don't have anything that I desperately need to do right at the second. So I slept in, and I slept for like an insane amount of time. I woke up and I was just like, damn, I didn't realize I was that tired. We got mysteries to solve. No, I haven't read the scripts yet. Sorry. My life is chaos. Showered 2 days in a row. That is a great achievement. Unless we misbehave and drag things out. We'll get through both of these. Look, these two books combined are shorter than the book we read last time, and anybody who was here for that last stream knows that it was very sad. So we get fun, goofy Scooby Doo. This particular, I almost said this week, as if we only do this once a week. Oh, my top-down camera is not plugged in. Oh, gotta fix that. So I was there, super sad. Yeah, it was sad. I do remember you. These nuts. I remember you popped into our chat a few days ago, and I was just like, I saw the name, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be somebody like trying to troll me. And then you like were super sweet, and I was like, oh, welcome. How's it going? Nice hoodie. Thank you. I've been living in this hoodie. Welcome back, Jay. Jay is one of our Scooby Doo aficionados. I like having other huge Scooby Doo fans to converse about the Scooby Doo universe. I'm really glad all of you are here. Let's see. Let me get the top-down camera going, because for some reason it's not. Oh, my dogs are barking and say hi. Yeah, it's just literally not plugged in. That'd be why. That'll do it. We also switch the camera angle. Whee! Okay. Don't adjust your television sets. Ah, okay. Should be good. What did I forget? Am I forgetting something? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ouch. That was my knee. Ah. Opinions about the new Velma series coming up soon. I haven't seen that much about it. Earthquake, Avery. Sorry. Don't. No one. Adjust your sets. I had to change the. My friend was over here filming with me yesterday, so we had changed the camera angle so that we could both be seen on camera. And so I realized that you could still see this light back here, and I was like, oh, I can change that. Ellery versus his ability to connect to the Wi-Fi fight. Oof, I know that fight very well. I believe in you, Ellery. Hey, misfiring. Hey, laser. My cat just called like a crow. Perry does that thing where she's like, ah! And it's just like, what? I don't think she's a cat. I don't think she knows how to actually meow. Let's see if we actually can get... Oh, cannot get top down. Okay, hang on. Well, let's see how to do that. At least we can be heard, so all the various things that are totally necessary are here. Though I'd like to be able to see in top down. I'm a fan of more or less half of the TV movie iterations. I've never known they were books. Yeah, so a lot of people, I think I sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that remembers these books. And one day, I was just like thinking about them, and I went on eBay and I was like, I wonder if I could find somebody selling them. And I found somebody was selling what I later found out was the entire set. There are 24 of them, and that's how many are here. Somebody had the entire collection, and I just like got them really cheap, and then just like was like, let's read these on stream. And it's what it wasn't our first read stream, but it was definitely something that got us in the habit of doing reading streams often. So those are just fun. You can like you play along kind of. These are Scooby Doo and You. This one here on the end that we're not reading tonight, Carnival Creeper. It's a novelization of one of the classic episodes, and that's definitely something that exists a lot of. But the ones that we've been reading through are called Scooby Doo and You. There were 24 of those, and those are like solve it with the crew kind of like play along books, and they're fun. They're also like choose your own adventure where like you can get to endings where you can't solve the mystery and stuff like that, which one of these days I'll obtain. But have you read any Agatha Christie? I have a while back in middle school. I remember I read like a ton of Agatha Christie. And I haven't read any recently though. I also haven't read like the ones that I've read I don't like remember in fine detail. Hi Garfield Owl. Hey Kokeski Productions, am I saying that right? Hi. I was gonna bully you, but then I read the rules and I do not break rules, madam. Well, thank you. Do you have a fave? I need book recs and trust your judgment. For book, if you're into, let's see. Again, I haven't read any of them in a while. I'm trying to think of Murder on the Orient Express. I remember being one of my favorite ones, but again, I haven't read it recently, so I can't really vouch for the whole thing. And then There Were None, I feel like is kind of overrated. Sorry. But it's always a classic. The Bible is the only book you need. Well, that's not true because I need these books to do these streams. Sorry. This is why my top-down camera isn't working. It's karma. Okay. Trying to figure out how to... Avery streams the Bible. No, wait. I'm doing a bit. I know. Um... screenshot name. God refuse the Bible. Well, we all try to bully her every time we show up, and every time some invisible force prevents it. Thank you. The invisible force is everybody being is the friends we made along the way. Desktop camera, come on. Huh. Is it because... Sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out how to get the top-down camera to be top-down, doing its top-down thing. And then there were none game for the Wii, but it was a nightmare to play because you had to manually rotate the Wii every time you opened a door. Oh, and it was not accurate. Oh. Friends we made along the way, aka the Knights of the Bot Table. Yes, shout out to the Knights of the Bot Table, who make sure that there are no bots or, you know, mean people that do not pass the vibe check in here because they yeet. They yeet out anything that does not pass the vibe check. Top-down camera, please. There we go. I got it. I fixed it. Look at me fixing things that I probably broke in the first place. Make sure that this is somewhat... There we go. Centered. Ooh, and I was at Top Shelf, which is like this Five Below type store, and they had legal pads for like $1, so I got like a 3-pack of legal pads for $1, and I was like, ooh, I need those, because I used up all my legal pads when we did the first playthrough of the Nancy Drew games. New merch opportunity. Knights of the Bot Table? I was thinking about it. Mostly just bots that don't pass the vibe check, but on very rare occasions. Yeah, it's on very rare occasions that an actual person doesn't match the vibe check. Usually it's just bots. I feel like we have very minimal rules here. It's just like a don't be an asshole rule that we operate off of. So like you gotta be, it's pretty hard not to pass our vibe check. The camera worketh. The camera worketh. God, guys, I've never... Well, there was a thing on Goodreads a little while... Well, I'm sure they still do it, but it was like a thing where people were like Goodreads reviewing the Bible, and it was very funny, honestly. Ooh, we have 17 people in chat today. Hi, guys. Welcome. I have a feeling that some of you have not been here for a Scooby Doo and You read before. So basically what happens is we're reading through this series of books that I was reading as a kid. They're short little books. They're not very long. That's what short means. They're all about all about 60 pages. And basically it's kind of like, the reader is a character in the books. We have come up with an insert character named Marcy Drew, and she's great. But basically, like the premise of the books is that we are helping the Mystery Inc. gang solve a crime, or they already solved the crime, but they're telling us about it, and we're like giving our opinion. It's a lot. It's kind of confusing. Didn't know they had Scooby Doo books. Yeah, Scooby Doo. It's one of those things where like most kids' things have books, I've come to learn, because, you know, it's just easy marketing, you know, easy sales, I guess. If kids are already into the show, they'll probably be into books. So confusing. It's really not confusing. It's literally just choose your own adventure, but there aren't multiple endings. They just like give you clues throughout, and you're supposed to be like, it's supposed to like teach kids deductive reasoning, things like that. So tonight we have, and we're not going in any particular order. I couldn't even figure out a definitive list because that's how, like, obscure these books happen to be. Even, like, their own wiki doesn't have a definitive list of, like, what order they even were released in. There's no like, need to read them. Like, they're all standalones, but tonight we're reading The Case of Headless Henry and The Case of the Singing Ghost. The Case of the Singing Ghost the cover is very funny to me. I cannot wait to read it. Dyed your hair, I love it. Hi, Patrick. Yes, I did. I dyed it a few days ago. It was meant to be amethyst purple. It's a little darker than I wanted, but I don't hate it. I like it. It looks, if you see me like not in the direct light, like I have direct light on me right now, it just kind of looks like I have my natural hair color, like a really dark brown, and then like it shifts in the light and you're like, oh, that's purple. That's very purple. Peaches just arrived, so this is shaping up to be a fantastic evening. Yay, Chelsea, welcome. Hey Patrick, welcome. That explains a lot. It's mainly Velma that hogs the narration and Club. Actually, it's so far we have run into so many Daphne. Like Daphne, Fred, and Velma all take turns keeping the Clue Keeper, which means the story rotates between their like the stories. They take turns basically narrating the story for us. And we got so many Daphnes, but doing the math, there's 24 of them, which means that each of the 3 should have 8. So I think we hit the 8th one with Daphne, and I think they probably all have an even number. We just somehow, the way that the books landed on the shelf was the way that we're reading through them, and they tend to have a lot of Daphne up front. If you thought Gremlins 2 was an insane movie, read the novel. They do more with Brain. Gremlin, for one thing, he has a name, and he's directly ties into the... Really? Interesting. I did not know that was a novelization, but I should have guessed. My deductive reasoning is actually pretty good, but I'm terrible at yacht-esque games. Go figure. Free magazine today called Edible Oklahoma, and no, it's not about cannabis. That was my next question. I love your pen. Those pens are like an addiction I would only buy back when I was a writer. Yeah, my dad gave me these Christmas before last, and I use them, like, exclusively now, because they just write so well. None of them have fully run out of ink yet, and I'm just like, I don't want the day when one of them runs out of ink completely. So Many Daphne sounds like a good sitcom. It definitely does. So yeah, so we're gonna get going. They tell kids, like, oh, keep your own, like, write this down in your Clue Keeper. I looked up. They did, when this was being sold, they did sell a Clue Keeper. But the Clue Keeper looked nothing like the Clue Keeper that they use. So, like, I don't know. They missed an opportunity to have it be accurate. But, maybe we should manufacture our own Clue Keepers. I was hoping I'd have my Perry calendar today to show you guys. It's still not here. It was supposed to come by the 5th, and I'm like, guys, it's the 8th. Where's my calendar? I'll show you guys that when it comes in. But I just keep a little notepad of some kind. And we tend to run some polls to try to, like, guess who the bad guy is. Gremlins 2 is a masterpiece. Cinema, people just weren't ready for it. Gosh darn it. It is very entertaining. What kind of pens are they? They are... What brand are these, actually? Chelsea probably knows better than I do. They're Pilot G2's 07s is what these are. But yeah, Pilot pens are notoriously good. Too many cooks. Fun fact, one of the girls in the Too Many Cooks video when they're in the office scene, and there's the blonde girl named Karen. Too Many Cooks, that video was filmed here in Georgia, and the girl Karen in that one part of the scene, it was my improv teacher back at Dad's garage. Weird thing. I brought that up to her one day, and she's like, "You've seen Too Many Cooks?" I'm like, "Yes." Which Muppet movie would you commentate on next? Well, I wanted it to be Elmo Saves Christmas, and then I ran out of time for a bunch of the Christmas stuff I wanted to do. I still haven't done the original Muppet movie. I probably should do that. I really want to cover all of them. I'd like to be at a day where I'm like, I have covered most, if not all, of the Muppet movies. I will know how to make so many good eats. Do you know that Alton Brown has his own YouTube channel? My little childhood heart. I really want to do videos where we try to follow along to old Good Eats episodes, because I loved that show as a kid. It was basically Bill Nye the Science Guy, but with food exclusively. Okay, so first up, we're going to be reading The Case of Headless Henry. Let's see what this is about. Jinkies. I don't have my, because I don't have my regular computer, I don't have my soundboard that has, like, all the sounds on it where I can, like, hit it and Velma will say Jinkies, so I have to say Jinkies. Jinkies! The gang has gone back in time at Museum Village history because the gang has gone back in time at Museum Village. History becomes scary when a headless ghost shows up. Headless Henry is scaring all the customers away, and Mayor Banks needs help. Can Scooby and the gang catch the ghosts and save Museum Village? They need your help to solve this revolutionary history mystery. Okay, so it's Revolutionary War. For a second, I was like, if this is Civil War, I'm a little concerned for their outfits, but it's revolutionary. They're dressed up like revolutionary soldiers. Ernest is the only reason we still even have Christmas. Never forget. Ernest did save Christmas. I did a video on that back a couple of years ago by special request. July for Christmas in July. I probably will. I think I'll do a Christmas in July from now on, just because I always have way more Christmas stuff that I want to cover that I can cover, because there is so much Christmas stuff, especially weird Christmas stuff. Give it seriously. That part in Too Many Cooks where the girl was running for her life and still had her title glowing on her is comedy genius, let's be honest. Oh, it's absolutely genius. It's just so funny, and I love the thought that it aired on Comedy Central, so, like, somebody flipped to it and thought, was like, is this a new show starting? And then realized slowly what they were watching. Who wants to bet it's not actually a Velma POV and they just use Jinkies for the vibes on the back cover? They do that quite a lot. I guess I'll just keep this one over here and we won't read the back cover until we're ready to read that one. Because usually the read streams, we usually just read one, but because they're short books, they're kind of short streams, so we decided to kind of double up on some of these shorter books. Especially because we need to get caught up on this particular series. I would think Ghost would bring people in. That's what I always say. Like, the whole Scooby Doo thing is like, they're scaring away all my customers. It's like, do you know how big the market for, like, ghost hunting stuff is? Also, Museum Village. Is it a museum, or is it a museum that doubles as a village, or is it a village that just really likes their museum? There's a mayor, so it's probably the latter. Hey guys, just coming in. You are just in time. We are about to read Scooby Doo and You, the case of the Headless Henry. There's no the. This is a Collect the Clues mystery, and later tonight we will be reading the case of the singing ghost. So Scooby Doo double feature tonight. Probably living history. Yeah. Can't wait for you to read one of the Nancy Drew Blue Crew or the Nancy Drew notebooks. Yeah, those will probably also be, I could probably also read a couple of those in one, because they're about the same length as these. Real capitalists were as creative as Scooby-Doo villains. Oh, for sure. It would be so much fun. Alright, I'm gonna set up a poll, right? Let's set up a poll. That Word Junior is not here, but I hope you're watching this back on VOD. But usually they are here to remind me to start polls and all that, and I'm trying to do them proud by remembering on my own. Clue Keeper. I really think we've seen all the Daphne we're gonna see, so I'm gonna say Clue Keeper. Let's just take bets, or let's just see. Clue Keeper. We have Fred, and we have Velma, because for probably good reason, Shaggy and Scooby do not get to keep the clues. There's probably a hilarious reason why that is not what they do. Nope. Get rid of this option. Damn it, I said add option, which is not what I wanted to do. And then there we go. Then I was like, wait, how do I go back. There we go. Scooby Dooble feature, yes. 7 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Are there 7? I thought there were only 4. We got some extra time. Shaggy and Scooby kept eating the clues. They probably did. Or they probably just dropped it because they were, like, running for their lives. Alright, I'm gonna put our case title up here. Sorry about my bad handwriting. Anybody who's received a letter from me knows exactly what I'm talking about. I used to read these constantly. Like, over summers when we'd have, like, the summer reading programs at the local library. I would just, like, borrow like stacks at a time and then be like, I'm gonna take home the top prize. Because I was cool like that. My bad, it's 4. Okay, I was like, are there 7? There are 7 deadly sins, but only 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Fred is a hunk of a man we should respect. Fred is just, you know, a very respectable himbo. Shaggy and Scooby. They give Shaggy and Scooby the notebook, and it's just notes for their food blog. Yeah, right. Velma might be smart, but is she a talking dog? Exactly. Hey, Daniel. Did you check out the end cards I made for PI reactions? I did. I haven't start work on mine yet. Sorry. So I'll have to. I haven't like used them yet, but I did see them. They look great. Sorry, that was probably a message that you sent me that I just completely lost. Fred is a bi himbo icon. Yeah. Earn my mom. Oh, that's okay. I'm glad she still has a place to keep them. My thing is, I like having an outlet if people have books that they don't want anymore, especially like childhood books. And it's like, you know, I like taking like going into Goodwill and finding books that people don't want anymore, or like eBay, and like, you know, the Home for Misfit Books will kind of give them new life here on the channel, like we do with all the obscure media that we cover. But I'm never offended if people are like, I want to keep the books. I'm never offended. COM stream. Wait, COM. Yeah, everybody say hi, Daniel. Misfiring, what is COM stream? I should know what that means. Did you want Jinx? Sure. I love Jinxie. I'll definitely take the Jinxie end card. It was one I found at the bookstore. Copy. I'm glad that I'm not, I didn't accidentally steal one of her books. Oh, Chain of Memories. Yes, tomorrow. Happening. Sorry, yes. With any luck, it's happening tomorrow. I know Maddie's feeling a little under the weather, but she says she doesn't feel so sick that she doesn't want to stream, so as long as she doesn't wake up tomorrow feeling worse, Chain of Memories is happening tomorrow. It was gonna happen this past Monday, but I had no internet this past Monday. Creators of Mystery Incorporated trying to reimagine Fred, and one of them goes, wait, I got it. He loves traps. Yeah. Well, he does. He's always been the guy that's like, all right, let's set up a trap. I do like in the Mystery Incorporated how they focus more on how each part of the team has their own thing to add. You know? Alright, by Jenny Marcus. We haven't been keeping track. There's a rotation of, and then this one is written by James Gelsey. There's a rotation of, you can't say ghostwriters because they were credited, but writers who all took turns writing for this series. Who wrote our favorite, the terrifying pterodactyl, where there was literally a real pterodactyl that somebody brought back in a Jurassic Park style situation. Because that author is my favorite just off of principle. Jenny Marcus. So the same person that wrote the pterodactyl mystery wrote this one, so I'm very curious to see how this one goes. Children continued her legacy, but she said they suck. Oh, I was like, oh, that's great. Oh, no, they suck. Oh, boy. It's how you fight, heal, and do magic in this game. I see. Oh, poor Maddie. Maddie is just, she just has more patience than I would have trying to teach me about Kingdom Hearts, which I knew nothing about before we played the first game on 9 different streams. Cool to fight Fred, though. Just to say I did it. Oh, but Fred is so, like, mild-mannered. Pressing 2 buttons at once and thinking Spatially because deck. Yeah, I know it's a different type of game, so I'm sure there'll be a learning curve, but hopefully I'll be a little bit better than the first one because I actually like know about some of the characters and their names and what the general like world is about. To make people love Scrappy. You know, I need to I've thought more than once about doing a retrospective where I cover something with Scrappy and just make it like in defense of Scrappy because I give Scrappy crap like the rest of us, but honestly as a kid I loved him because he was just so little and plucky and I relate to that energy. Like being the littlest kid, I was like I relate to Scrappy. My husband said her son just doesn't have the same touch. Aw. Death to Scrappy Doo. Oh, this is a very contentious topic, I see. Scrappy activates my fight or flight. Like I didn't like the episodes that had Scrappy, but not because of Scrappy, just because the whole like Fred and Velma weren't there. And then I was like, "Aw, the gang's not all together." Hey, Michael, welcome. We're just about to start the book. I've been talking for half an hour, so you haven't missed anything. Just couldn't get into it. Hopefully, Avery likes Pern. Is Pern the first one? Like, do I need to know anything going into Pern? That'll be a fun stream. Oh yeah, I lost it. Scrappy might be crappy, but that doesn't mean we can't love him. Scrappy power. Alright. When was this one written? I think they were all written between 2000 and 2002 or 3. They wrote them incredibly fast. The whole series is called Dragon Riders of Pern. Oh, okay, okay. I respect Scrappy as a person, but still he's unsettling. That's fair. I wasn't a fan of the hillbilly cousin either. Yeah, I don't even remember what his name was. He was interesting. At least Scrappy's not afraid to beat someone. It's also true because like Scooby's afraid of everything as a big dog, and then Scrappy as the little dog thinks he can take on the world. That's very true. If you've owned dogs, Scooby Dum. That was his name. Scooby Dum. They did him so dirty with that name. Okay, so here if you're coming in new, they all start off at a restaurant, and we as the main character, this is basically a YN fan fiction. We meet up with our friends, Mystery Incorporated, to talk to them about their latest crime. Our headcanon is that we are also like a really respected teen detective. And we're so busy solving our own crimes that's why we can never go with them. Because we're never going with them. It's never like, hey, we're in the van about to solve a mystery, which is how I would have written them, but whatever. Work in a doggy daycare and can confirm those small dogs would fight the sun if they could. I have a really big dog who is scared of everything, and then my grandmother who lives with us has a very small Chihuahua mix who is scared of nothing. God doesn't scare that dog. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's gonna be so chaotic. Our character is having an affair with Velma. They're not really having an affair, they're just dating Velma. Like, there's no sneakiness going on. They just are dating Velma in our headcanon. Great Danes just follow you around and ask for pets while they're drooling on your arm. I know. The big dogs who can actually fight are scared of absolutely everything, and it's like, dude, you are bigger than every other animal here. They're the ones afraid of everything, though, given they're the only ones who operate on Toon physics. I know, right? Our name is Carson, and we hang out at Venice Beach. No, we're not Carson. Carson was from the last book we read, and we all had a very interesting dynamic with Carson. Dog size accurate. All the big dogs I've met are like... Yeah, my big dog wants to get into my lap and just, like, chill like he's a cat. And that's not an affair, it's just a marriage. I mean, relationship. I mean, they're too young to be married, because technically they're like college-age kids, so, like, probably too young for it to be a marriage, but dating. Thought we were named. Unisex name. No, we have Marcy Drew, the all pronouns, legend that, Ellery created in Sims is our self-insert character. Series though, some parts might be a bit dated. Glinda is way too powerful, kind of veering into the original character. Yeah, I'm sure those will be fun. You know, if we get to books that are a bit of their time, I think that's fine as long as we're conscious of it and can call it out as a group. God. God, not last night because we didn't stream last night. Night before last, we streamed Sunny Diary 1 from the California Diaries, and boy, was that a lot. Scrappy Defenders. In Pup, they all did technically, yeah. All right. Sorry, it's 41 minutes past. We'll get in. I know, I feel so bad for Sunny. All right. Dora's Donuts we're starting at, guys. You've just walked into Dora's Donuts to meet the Scooby Doo gang. Fred looks your way and smiles. Hi there. You're in for a treat. Dora's Donuts are the best, he says. Why don't you order one? There are so many different kinds, you say. I don't know which one to pick. Like, let's see. I've had 3 jelly donuts, 2 coconut creams, and a chocolate glaze, Shaggy tells you as he stands at the counter of the donut shop, looking over the trays filled with donuts in every flavor. Ooh, I love donuts, but thinking about eating 6 donuts at once gives me a little bit of a stomachache. Maybe you should take a break, Shaggy, Fred exclaims. You're going to burst if you eat one more donut. Dad vibes Fred. No way, Dad friend Fred. No way, Shaggy laughs. I have lots of room left. So does Scooby Doo. Right, Scoob? Scooby gulps down the last bite of a rainbow sprinkled donut and nods. Roulette. What'll it be? Dora asks you. She's the tiny gray-haired woman behind the counter. There's a picture of her on the last page, I'm pretty sure. Aw, she looks so sweet. She's like a sweet little granny. I recommend the maple glaze crullers. That's what I'll try then, you say. You've met your friends at Dora's Donuts, so you can hear about the latest mystery the gang has solved. Now Fred waves you over to a table in the corner. Velma and Daphne are there too, eating custard-filled donuts. Great to see you, Velma says. You're going to love this history mystery. History mystery, you ask? Like, it's the grooviest. We went back in time at Museum Village, Shaggy says, and so can you. Do they own stock in the Mystery Village now? Or the Museum Village now? Mystery Village reminds me of Gravity Falls. That's right, Fred, said Fred. All you have to do is read through the notes Velma took in our clue keeper. Velma kept the clues. Everything is in there. The suspects, the clues, everything. Velma holds up the clue keeper. I marked each suspect with I call them suspect eyes. This little icon, she tells you. And when you see a flashlight, you'll know you found a clue. There are also questions at the end of each clue keeper entry, Daphne adds. If you answer them, you'll be on your way to solving the history mystery. Just watch out for the ghost, Shaggy says, licking his fingers as he finishes the last bite of his donut. Oh, look it. Ghost, you ask? That sounds a little scary. But Shaggy isn't listening. He's already back at the counter. Scooby at his side. They're ordering more donuts. Oh well, it's time you started solving this mystery, ghosts and all. You take the clue keeper from Velma and open it up. You wonder if you can solve the case of Headless Henry. This is such a nice change from the sadness of the last book. Custard, that's a euphemism. Oh my gosh. You started writing the crossover AU I talked about. Yay! Hardy Boys are technically in the public domain because the first 3 books are in the public domain. And Nancy Drew will be in the public domain in like 2 years, I think? Less than 2 years. So like there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna start writing my Nancy Drew Hardy Boys novel now and I can fulfill this lifelong dream of writing a Nancy Drew book. Dora's Donuts. Oh yeah. We scrap with scrappy haters. Scrappy is that one person who always says to hold them back, but when you don't, they push. Yeah, pretty much. Six donuts at once. I want to say yes, but deep down I know it's a no. How are Scooby and Shaggy not diabetic? I don't know, they got really high metabolisms or something. Sora has 4 arms, 2 arms, we see 2 arms in the outfit. Handling cards confirmed. Probably balance it with carbs, yeah. But doesn't sugar metabolize, or, I mean, doesn't carbs metabolize into sugar? Is that a thing? Maybe I'm just misremembering everything I ever learned about science. Still kind of surprised that it's 200 something dogs we have at the daycare. Oh, wow. I've only met one Scooby and no Snoopies or Scrappies yet. Oh. Custard. Too many carbs cause you to be diabetic. Yeah. 9th Day special where the mailman hits on Velma. I don't remember that. Maybe I'll have to... Well, I won't say for sure, because we might miss the deadline on Valentine's Day, but, you know. Equal sugar. Carbs equal sugar. Okay, I was correct. Carbs metabolize, yeah, into sugar. The new Krispy Kreme mysteries. I mean, honestly, I can see Hallmark doing that. Like a crossover, like a sponsorship with Krispy Kreme. Someone Beaver Warrior in attack position. I mean... I do miss Kitten Cam though. I will admit they are so cute. We could do camera Kitten Cam sometime. I wasn't sure if it was something that people like wanted as a permanent thing or only for like the books that are kind of sad. Nancy. I'm gonna play Nancy and Drive the Roadster. We still have to do the Nancy DS games. I haven't forgotten about it. I just still need to get a DS simulator going. Find out if Sonny's dad is actually having an affair or if he's just a bad dad. Yeah, we hate Sonny's dad. We don't vibe. He doesn't pass the vibe check. Carbs turn into glucose. Okay. Yes, that's what I was trying to say in a very non-educated sounding way. No, we don't wish death on Shaggy. Sugar into alcohol, I think. Realizing I'm 28, remember almost nothing from my science classes. I'm 26 and remember almost nothing. Husband learned the hard way. Aw. Sugar is the most accessible energy, yes, but it's also a complex carb. It's preferred by the body because it's the easiest to convert the proteins and fat. Okay, thank you. Dietary fiber does negate some of the carbs. Okay. We'll get back on later. Gotta build my spider XP farm. Goodbye, see you later. Welcome to Unsolved Crisperies. Unsolved Crisperies. For kittens, I'd save it for more intense books. Yeah. One voice and a sea of voices. I don't think anybody would mind because we're not just bootlegging their stream. Like, we've still got our own stuff going over it. But I do feel bad. Like, I'd like to reach out to one of them before and just be like, is it okay that we're also streaming? Like, we'll shout you out and everything, but, you know. I don't want to get into beef with the kitten community. There's a formula my husband uses. Can't kill a god anyway. Keep finding old writings I did when I was 13 about Larry the... Oh, Secret Agent. I love it. I feel like that could be a really successful kid's book. Curious about the kid. Curious the kid Carson from our last... Wait, what? I'm gonna have to unpack that later. Done with Chain of Memories. She will get into KH2. I thought we had more between this and KH2, but I could be wrong. I'll have to ask. Hey, Milo! Riku's side as well. Kittens are for trauma books. Copy that. We've saved the kittens on reserve for trauma books. Alright. Let's do this. Okay. Clue Keeper entry 1. And Velma's keeping the Clue Keeper. Oh, God. Like, check out the dude's outfit, Shaggy said as a man hurried down the street right past us. The man was wearing a white shirt with flowing sleeves, a vest, knickers, and shoes with silver buckles. I don't think he got those clothes at the mall, Shaggy added. I laughed. He sure didn't, I said. Neither did I. I pointed to a woman in a long dress. Neither did she. I pointed to a woman in a long dress with a white, lacy collar and cuffs. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and held a basket. They're just LARPing. Further down the street, we saw another woman in colonial clothing. She was sat on the front porch of a house where we were passing, working at a spinning wheel. She waved as we walked by. Everybody in Museum Village seems so busy, Daphne said. That's because it's like olden times here, Fred explained. Before there were things like phones and microwaves and cars, people had lots of work to do every day. Fred is a man of the future. No microwave? Shaggy asked. He looked shocked. Like, how did they warm up their burritos? We walked down Colonial Lane, looking at all the restored houses. Museum Villages looked just like a real village out of the past. Museum Village looks just like a real village out of the past. All the people who live there dress in costumes and act out parts so that you can really feel like you're visiting another time. It's one of my favorite places to go. Oh, so the people live and work there. Interesting. There's the blacksmith shop, I said, pointing to a building we were passing. Its whole front was open so we could see a big man in a leather apron who stood over a hot fire, heating a piece of iron that he would then hammer into a tool or a nail or a horseshoe. We stopped to watch. There you are, cried a man dressed in a long navy blue jacket and a three-cornered hat. He hurried up. I'm just picturing Governor Norrington from Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know why that's the first reference that comes to mind. He hurried up to us. He wore knickers like the other man we'd seen. Welcome to Museum Village. Do-do-do-do-do. Gang, this is Matthew Banks, I said, introducing the man to my friends. He's the official mayor of Museum Village. He also happens to own the place. Of course, this was Velma's idea to go here. History nerd, we gotta love her. For the moment, said the mayor sadly. Oh my god, look at that's a whole mood. Who knows how long I can keep it open? We're having some problems here, which is why I called you, Velma. He smiled at me. I hope you and your friends can help. We'll do our best, I promise. What seems to be the problem? He shook his head. We just don't have as many customers as we used to, and the ones who do come run away as soon as the ghost shows up. Ghost? Shaggy asked. Like, what kind of ghost? He and Scooby looked pretty frightened. Oh my god. He and Scooby looked pretty frightened. Headless Henry, the mayor answered. He's a Hessian soldier. What does Hessian actually mean? I used to know. The Hessians were German soldiers. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That the British hired to help them fight the Americans during the Revolutionary War. Even though the war has been over for more than 200 years, Headless Henry has come back from the dead to continue fighting it. When did he first appear? Daphne asked. 2 weeks ago, Mayor Banks replied. He rides his huge black horse up and down these streets whenever he feels like it, carrying his head and scaring the customers. He's carrying his head? Like his actual head? That's not on the cover. At least he doesn't leave a mess, growled a tall, thin, dark-haired man who just joined us. He wore gray coveralls and didn't look historical at all. This is Dudley Dinsmore, the mayor said. He's the main custodian here. He keeps Museum Village looking tidy. Not an easy job either, complained Dudley Dismore. All these visitors dropping candy wrappers and other trash all over the streets. In my opinion, the fewer customers, the better. Suspect list. This is the suspect on the suspect list. The mayor chuckled. I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Dudley. He said, we need all the customers we can get. Fred smiled at the mayor. We'll do everything we can to help you, he promised. Well, the mayor thinks that because he's not the one having to pick up all the wrappers. Museum Village is a wonderful place. We can't let Headless Henry close it down. We wouldn't want that. Hey Darth Sidious. Hey Milo. Hey everybody just coming in. Cinderella was originally by Oh, yeah. We have to talk about that when we cover the Cheetah Girls. 'Cause I don't know. 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 I don't know movie? Or maybe, I don't, I can't remember, do they use it in one of the movies? Um, I think we should avoid spoilers for future books we're going to read moving forward. Yeah, we should probably avoid spoilers. Hello, I've arrived. Have I missed anything? So the gang is at this, like, museum village. That's what it's called. And it's like a colonial, like a living history type of place. Solving a mystery. There is a Headless Henry, the ghost, who's running around. Phase of my life where I would walk like Shaggy everywhere. Boy, I was a small embodiment of cringe. Aww. We all think that we're cringe when we're little. And if we are, that's just because we're little. Gave up and just read the words. I don't even remember attempting to sing it because I couldn't even figure out like what rhythm it was supposed to be on. High five and not Cheetah Girls. Shaggy needing things to make food appear. What a Chad, he eats iron. I'm sure it saved a lot of money. There's something oddly pleasing about the pictures in the book being in black and white. Yeah, yeah. The pictures in the ones that are just novelizations of the episodes are in full color, but these are in black and white. And yeah, I don't mind it. It's nice. Said Scooby tattoo. Ooh, that would be really cool. Like a noir style tattoo with Scooby. 358 days after KH2 was released before Birth by Sleep. Okay. Tourist historical village are very strange. I used to live near a really popular one. We went on, I don't know how many school trips there. I got sick of the school house and courthouse LARP. Octave lower when they... Interesting. Germany has always been canonical villains noted. Modern Germany is just like, hey, we're trying our best to not be villains. Not Glitter Dome. Just noticed your hoodie and I love it so much. Thank you. Pink also complements your hair really well. Thank you. I didn't know if it was gonna clash and be like too much, but I actually kind of like the way that it brings out the pinky purple undertones or highlights. Headless Horseman for babies, kind of, sort of, except more hardcore because he's carrying his actual head instead of a pumpkin, like a jack-o'-lantern head. I still have to send over the Cheetah Girls novels, but I'll get to it eventually. There's no rush. We've got plenty of other things to read. Matter of dragging myself to the post office. I hate going there because the workers are mean. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually have a really quiet, very, very nice post office. I love all the girls who work there are super sweet, and I really appreciate them. Hi, Paulo. Got a box of Whoppers with my groceries today. Ooh. I've had them in a long time. Yeah, there's still Whoppers over there on the that I didn't eat. When does KH4 come out? Do we know? It doesn't have a release date, I don't think. Return of the Plant Zaddy. God help me, we're gonna need to... I know there's gonna be some kind of merch with Plant Zaddy on there. I don't know exactly... what the design will look like. Starting college again tomorrow, I'm not ready. Ooh, good luck. In development, that's what I... Excuse me, that's what I thought. Scooby Gang has starred in at least one very cheaply animated educational film. Saw it here on YouTube somewhere. Ooh, I want to look into that. I love that song, Cinderella. My only complaint is that Cinderella never was locked up in a cellar. It just has always been a pet peeve of mine. Elder Scrolls 6, it's been 84 years. 2 decades at the fastest, yeah. It's gonna drop randomly, like, right when we're, like, almost done playing all the other games and we think we're done, and we're like, it'll be like, Rube 1408, where he was like, no, I was almost out! She lived in the attic. I know, it's my only complaint with that song, because it's such a bop. Okay, Fred's mystery solving tips. Museum Village is awesome. There's nothing like having history come to life right before your eyes. It's almost as if the whole gang has gone back in time. Anyway, did you catch the suspect eyes in this Clue Keeper entry? If you did, that means you've met one of the suspects. Try to answer these questions. You can start solving the mystery. What is the suspect's name? What does the suspect do for a living? What does the suspect want to... Why does the suspect want to close down Museum Village? Great. If you've answered these questions, keep reading. There are more clues coming your way. It was Dudley Dinsmore is his name. And I believe he's like a groundskeeper, isn't he? Main custodian. Okay. Okay, so let's write down. Yes, I do keep the keeper. Did anybody read the Clarice Speen books? I was obsessed with them when I was younger. And then the spin-off series that's like the series within a series that she's obsessed with is the Ruby Redford books, where like about like the teen spy. It's very like Kim Possible vibes. Bitch. Yeah, we don't stand Dawn. Dawn is a lot. Plant Zaddy merge design. Okay, if you wanna do another design while you're doing the Perry designs, that's totally cool. They wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, we could probably reference. You could probably reference "Stay Out of the Basement" for like descriptions or the episode, and then just kind of take in artistic what am I trying to say? Artistic liberties with it. Depends on which version of Cinderella. I'm sure at least one version where she's locked in the cellar. True, that's fair. But technically a third short circuit film. Also is an educational film. Interesting. Character design from a series I love, and I'll base the human form off that. Nice. Very cool. Occupation. Main custodian. Possible motive is he's tired of having to be everyone's mother. No, what did I just say about ink running out? I can see that you have tons of ink. Don't do this to me. Cleaning. Trash. Because people are rude. Sure. That's his motive, potentially. Possible motive. Dawn has a stepmom that loves her. Oh my god, Dawn is just like, I know how you feel, Sonny, that your mom is basically dying because my stepmom is nice to me. And she's having a baby. Storing ballpoints. Down can help. It's not exactly help. Yeah, I pulled out this. I realized that people can't really see it on the main, but it's this cup that I've had forever that I love, but it's not very sturdy and it has a crack in it, so I can't put any liquids in it anymore. But I decided to start keeping my pens and pencils over here in it because I'm always like scrambling around looking for them, especially when we're on stream. Surprising possible motive, surprisingly not capitalism. I know, right? or capitalism, but in a different way than normal, at least. He's kind of anti-capitalist, because he's like, I wish we had less customers. The text being from Maddie. Oh, God. Oh, oh God. Should Plant Zaddy's... Here's a question for chat. Should Plant Zaddy's merch design kind of, like, look like a, what's the word? Like, kind of like one of those, like, posters you would hang up on your wall of, like, the musician you have a crush on. He literally just wants to live in an old-timey town with no one to bother him. I know, right? And don't we all? Cinderella story is technically a real person fanfic. The real connections to Aesop. Interesting. Do ruin your LARPing vibe. That is true. ADHD brain uses a cup I got when I was 12 for my rating sticks. It's in perfectly good shape, but I don't want to have to design fade from washing it. Yeah, I feel that. Well, this one had the little cartoon, the little drawing of the girl with glasses, who by the way looks like Velma to me. It had it on both sides, but it went through the wash, and so that was fading, so that one just got scrubbed off. Plant Daddy kind of looking like a swamp thing. Permanence. Otherwise, I store a lot of supplies in cups on my desk because it helps with my ADHD if I can't see them. Yeah, I'm the same way. I need to be able to see them so that I can remember where they are. Dylan's motive to be, because I'm tired of being an old guy in a talking dog cartoon. Screw you people. I know, right? Tumblr sexy manify him. Once-ler that guy. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, let's get back to the book. I answered all of my Clue Crew questions. Let me get a sip of my drink first. It's hot chocolate season. And I am on the hot chocolate bend again. Oh! Thanks, Paulo. They're back! Don't you love how YouTube totally could do something about this and just chooses not to? Alright. I'm gonna sit up so I can see better. This friend uses to work. And Onceler cosplays because it got too... They banned Onceler cosplays. Oh boy. Tumblr. Oh. Tumblr's just out here ruining... it's like Homestuck. The only thing I know about Homestuck is that a lot of cons banned Homestuck cosplays because the gray paint was getting everywhere. Alright. And abandoned what way, LMAO? Oh, I don't even want to know. It doesn't make them money to stop the bots. Ugh, you right. They found two Oncelers having adult time in a panel room between Oh. Huh. Interesting. Table is getting small. We can appoint a new moderator if we feel the need to. I haven't seen Rex in a little while. I don't want to know. The worst thing that I think has happened on that front at, like, Dragon Con is, like, there are occasionally a couple of, like, furries that will, make rude gestures at passersby, and then all the other furries are like, hey man, that's not cool. But other than that, I don't think we've had that kind of problem. Now, working as background on set, that's another topic, but let me get back to the book we're reading. Clue Keeper Entry 2. How about a little tour? Mayor Banks asked. I'd love to show you around my beautiful town. Wonderful, I agreed. Anything special you'd like to see first? The mayor asked. We have all sorts of interesting things to do and see. There's candle making, the cobbler shop, and the country store with all its penny candy. Ooh, penny candy. Like, hold it right there, Shaggy said. You say candy? The mayor nodded. Sure. The country store has every kind of candy you can imagine for just a penny apiece, plus a lot of other delicious things like fresh pressed cider, homemade pies and cakes and crackers and cheese. I'm all for that, right? And I'm all for the vibe and the economical standards and such, but inflation has happened since the Revolutionary period, war times, so how is that place making money? Rum, rum, Scooby said. He's saying yum. He isn't chanting for alcohol, but that would be funny. Yum, yum is right, Shaggy agreed. The country air here is giving me an appetite. Country store, here we come. Oh, Shaggy, Daphne said, all you ever think about is eating. Let's look at some other things first. I'm with Daphne, I said. I want to see how they make candles. Perfect. Ooh, my mom is really good at making candles. I need her to teach me so that I can make candles. I need candles. Perfect, Mayor Banks said. Widow Bailey's house is right on the way to the country store, and she's dipping candles today. We can stop by and watch, and then go get a snack. Widow Bailey's, huh? Couldn't you just call her Bailey? Is widow part of the title now? He led us down the cobblestone street past a row of old houses with carefully tended gardens. We passed lots of people dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Just then, the mayor turned down a small, crooked street called Memory Lane. Ah, I see what they did there. We followed him into a tiny cottage with a flower garden overflowing with blossoms in every color you can imagine. There were also neat rows of vegetables, corn and beans and tomatoes and cabbages. This is Widow Bailey's house. He said. She loves to garden. It shows, I said, as I sniffed a delicious-smelling red rose. Hello and welcome, said a tiny old woman standing on the porch of the cottage. So nice to have visitors. This is Widow Bailey, apparently. She wore a long dress and a bonnet, and her hair was perfectly white. Her face was wrinkled, but she had a lively twinkle in her eyes. She stood near an iron rack that held a row of thin homemade candles. You're just in time to see me dip more candles, she said. Come inside, by the fire, and I'll show you how I do it. Widow Bailey's house was tidy and cozy. Everything looked just as it must have looked 100 years ago. Handmade rugs, I mean, it's supposed to look the same way it looked 300 or 400 years ago, right? Homemade rugs covered the floor, drying herbs and flowers hung from the rafters, and a big stew pot hung on the open fire in the kitchen area. I do all my cooking over this fire, said Widow Bailey. Some of the other women in town have modern appliances hidden away, but not me. I do everything the old way. That's gotta be difficult. The customers must love that, Daphne said. Widow Bailey gave a little snort as she scowled. Customers. I'm not here to please them. I live here because I love it. I wouldn't care if nobody ever came poking around to watch me. In fact, I might prefer it. Then I could just get on with my chores without having to explain everything I do. And they're all just like, well, you invited us in here. Sorry. Her angry expression melted, and she smiled at us. But you, dears, are different. Ah, I see. I'm happy to show you how I make candles. And then perhaps you'll join me for a cup of tea and some cookies. All right, Shaggy cheered. I like the sound of that. Then he turned to the mayor and whispered, but we still get to go to the country store, right? He asked. The mayor just laughed. Of course, he answered. We'll do it all. Museum Village is yours to enjoy. If we have an old lady bad guy, that's gonna be so much fun. Remember Sharpie Bath. I do remember Sharpie Bath. On the side of painting their full bodies instead of using... Wait. Was first of all that the teenagers cosplaying as Homestuck didn't know how to use the high-quality theater paints they were being told to buy for their cosplays, and many of them insisted on painting their full bodies instead of using arms, socks, or gloves. Yeah. Had Onceler-only party in someone's hotel room and totally trashed it. Ugh. And then there's just, like, the one wholesome Onceler cosplayer that's like, but it wasn't my fault. I remember, if you watched Milo the Sarah Zed video about about Homestuck, and then potentially she almost got sued by the creator of Homestuck, that whole saga. I remember watching that and being very entertained. Remember hearing about that? Oh my god. Penny candle now costs 10 cents. Um, ooh. Ah. Sharp headache. Sorry. You know when you guys just get like those sharp headaches that just like kind of like feel like an ice pick for a second? I had one of those. Sorry to alarm anybody. Maybe they have a localized economy. Maybe they do. I mean, my weird ass town tried to make a local currency apparently. Interesting. Not like anyone would know if he was cheering for alcohol or not. I like to think that they clarified by having Shaggy say yum just so that they could say to the parents, he's not chanting for rum, guys. It's okay. I'm sure it worked out no problem. Maybe Scooby is an alcoholic and he's just really good at hiding it. Do we need to do an intervention for Scooby Doo? Scooby Doo and the AA meeting ghosts. Oh god. Bailey is her last name. And in ye olde revolutionary times, calling someone Widow Bailey was like the same as calling someone Mrs. Bailey. Copy. I just remember way back early on the channel when we did the Mr. Boogedy video, and they're like, you're Widow Marion, because Marion was her first name, and I'm like, can't we just call her Marion? Her face was wrinkled, but had a tiny wrinkle. Theme song about to start. Yeah, right. Thank you for the history lesson, Ellery. Puritans used goody. Old lady bad guy, maybe a witch in the witch coven. I'm going to make, finally, I've been saying for like a year that when I had a merch shop, I was going to do Granny Coven hoodies / t-shirts / probably also mugs, because mugs. Because of the Beyond Belief episode we watched with Natasha. Sarah Z's video about, or Sarah Zed, because she's Canadian, about DashCon is a repeated go-to of mine. The whole situation fascinates me. I remember that video came out while I was, our kitchen flooded 2 years ago in the middle of the summer, so we were all like living in our downstairs basement, which thankfully we have a downstairs basement to live in while that happened, and thankfully insurance took care of it. We're very grateful for that. But like, anyway, I was down there in like a makeshift setup, not unlike the one that I have now, editing one of my much earlier videos on this channel, and the DashCon video came out, and I was watching it as I was editing, and I was just like, what? I had heard like little bits and pieces, but I'd never heard like a full rundown. Never bothered to watch videos about the Homestuck fandom. I lived it. You're like, I don't need to be told. I have the flashbacks. For Good Wife. Okay. And it was terrible. I'm so sorry. One episode where Scooby was bitten by a rabid bat, slowly went mad, and held the gang hostage in the van for several days. Ah, good times. That was not an episode. Ball pit. Devin, Scooby did what? My friend got me a ticket to a convention in May. The theme is villains, and I'm planning on doing a DashCon ball pit cosplay. That's genius, and that sounds like an amazing con. I've done Dragon Con a couple years, but I haven't been in a couple years either, so. Alright. I just love Museum Village. This is Daphne's mystery solving tips. So sometimes they say that the mystery solving tips are basically them sitting at the table next to us, pitching in help. But in this one they said like there are pages, so like did they write them down? I don't know. We need to get the lore straight on the mystery solving tips. Widow Bailey's house is so cozy and welcoming. I could stay here all day, but I want to see everything else too. And of course, we have a mystery to solve. Did you see the suspect eyes? That means you've met another suspect. The Widow Bailey. Try to answer these questions so you can solve the mystery. What is the suspect's name? What does the suspect do at Museum Village? Why would the suspect want to keep customers away from Museum Village? Good work. Now let's go check out the rest of this cool town. It would be a fun experience. Like, as somebody who really loves being somewhat in the vintage sewing, like not part of the community like outwardly, but just like liking to follow those videos and sewing and doing all that old school hand sewing stuff, I think I'd have fun there, but I can't give it too much crap is what I'm saying. Does she have official job title is what I'm looking for? I'll just say she plants things and makes candles. Fan Expo once because Carrie Fisher was supposed to be there, but she was sick that day and then she died 6 months later. Oh, that's so sad. Would have made Cujo a better movie, though. I think that was Cujo. Saint Bernard, not a Great Dane. Most of the cons I've been to are semi-professional SF&F cons. My mom worked in publishing, and our family vacations growing up doubled as work trips. Aw, that sounds interesting, though. Alright, suspect 2. I'm like taking my time like I usually do with this book, with these books, because it's so short, and now I'm like, oh, but we have 2. I've gotta move my ass. Widow. Wait, it's just Widow Bailey, right? Yep, just Widow Bailey. No, my pen. I just said how great you are, pen. Occupation. It's probably technically an occupation. She probably gets paid. Plant stuff. She's gotta make money somehow. And makes... Don't make me switch to a pencil. Candles. Motive, possibly, is... hates... Oh my god. Hates... No! Hang on, let me go see if I can find another pen in the other room. I know I have a pencil right here, but still. Off of principle. Let's see if this one works any better. This one doesn't write either. Hates. Oh my god, this one doesn't write either. Come on. Being bothered by tourists. 2 anti-capitalist motives. Isn't that wild? Alright. They were fun, though. That's good. Yeah, that is sad. And good career prep for me. Yeah, that's always good. That sounds cool, though. I would have loved this shit because I was so into writing as a kid. Me too. I'm still into writing. There's a part of me that's like, maybe one day I will fulfill my dream of writing a book, writing a mystery novel. I need to write more, but I'm so out of practice it doesn't come as natural anymore. Yeah, see, that's the thing that gets overlooked about, like, the fanfic community. Like, even if you're just writing, like, little bits every day, just in, like, the fanfic type community, it's still good practice. You stay in practice for when you want to write, like, your own stuff. Only big con I've ever... To meet the woman that plays Rowena in Supernatural. Oh, that's cool. She's the sweetest woman ever. Oh, that's so good. Hercules on TV back in the day. That's great. His mom in the recent video probably humming the Skippy theme song. That's funny. I'll have to make her watch a Skippy episode one time. Of the strangest films I've seen worth the watch. Good to know, Paula. Thanks. Killers and Xena. Two things I really want to go back and watch someday. Yeah, two things that I probably will make videos on someday. Pen, please don't crap out on me to maybe use a pencil. Pen ran out. Avery, son of a. Realized for a while that they were kind of atypical SFF writers. Are all SFF geeks too. Also saw the menu weeks back. Liked it in some ways, but didn't in others. The creators are the exact type of people they're attempting to satirize, and I didn't really hit for me. I just saw the commercial and I was like, that feels like something I would probably be a little much for me, but maybe someday I'll watch it. Alright, Clue Keeper Entry 3. Like, this is my idea of a great history lesson, Shaggy said, as he stared hungrily at the glass cases full of pies and cakes. After our visit with Widow Bailey, Mayor Banks, it sounds like I'm saying Whittle Bear, like I'm like, oh, well, Widow, like when you're talking to a baby. I can't unhear it when I say it. After our visit with Widow Bailey, Mayor Banks had led us down Antique Avenue. They're all named like Toontown places. To the old country store. He left us there saying he needed to check in at his office. The store was full of everything you might possibly need or want to eat. The whole place smelled like cinnamon and spice and everything nice. It doesn't say that last part. I loved its wooden floors and narrow aisles. They were crammed with everything from satin ribbons. Oh, that is nice. To hammers and nails, from china dolls to big barrels of crackers. Of course, Scooby and Shaggy weren't interested in ribbon or dolls. After checking out the pies, they headed straight for the candy counter. Row, Scooby said. His eyes were wide with delight as he stared at the rows of glass jars, each one filled with a delicious variety of candy. Scooby Doo quotes Owen Wilson. Scooby licked his lips as he gazed at all the goodies. Soon Scooby and Shaggy weren't the only ones at the candy counter. Now Candy Shop is in my head. Damn it. I hate when that song gets in my head. It never leaves. All of us had joined them there to look over the choices and try to decide which sweets were the most tempting. Isn't this a spectacular display? The man who had spoken was wearing modern clothes, jeans and a sweater. He rubbed his hands with anticipation. Sorry, I do that every time. And he looked over at the candy counter. I come here almost every day. I just can't seem to stay away. Bars? More root beer barrels, Mr. Harris, asked the smiling woman behind the counter. She was wearing a long dress and mob cap and looked every bit like a storekeeper from long ago. Of course, he answered. Using a small silver scoop, the woman shoveled out a bag full of shiny brown candies and handed them to the man. Thank you, he said. He offered the open bag to Shaggy, Scooby, and the rest of us. Try one, he said. These are my favorites. They're delicious. We each took one. The taste was different and irresistible, just like drinking a mug of root beer. Ooh. Thank you, I said. Then I introduced myself and the others. Pleased to meet you, beamed Mr. Harris. My name is Sam Harris, and I'm an amusement park developer. Of course he is. And a regular at the Museum Village. I can see why, Daphne said. This place is the best. It could be better, though, Mr. Harris said in a lowered voice. And a few rides, a few more booths selling t-shirts and trinkets, and you double the attendance here. And the profits. Suspect list. We have a capitalist. Everybody set off the alarms. There's a capitalist in the building. Just then, Mayor Banks showed up. Harris, he roared. You're not talking about rides and trinkets again, are you? I've told you, I'll never agree to your ridiculous plan. Rides don't belong in Museum Village. Some things are more important than money. Mr. Harris shrugged and popped another root beer barrel. You'll see it my way someday. Like when you have to sell out to me because you have no customers left, he told Mayor Banks as he strolled out the door. There we go. We found one. me and my close friend have, where we find the lowest rated movies on Amazon Prime or low budget horrors on Tubi. Ooh, if you ever find any that are particularly crazy, don't feel don't hesitate to send them my way. God knows I love looking at all that stuff. Whittle Bailey. Nearly strangest film I've ever seen. Makes a point of seeking out strange. Yeah, I've seen so many strange films just in making this channel, just having this channel, that when something is truly like, oh, I didn't see that one coming, like it's a lot. It's real. It's got to be real crazy. Same thing with like bad films. It's got to be a really bad movie for me to be like, that is one of the worst movies I've ever seen, because I've seen some of the worst. The name dropping SF and F writers meant nothing to other 8-year-olds. Aww. I love bad movies. Me too. Imagine the Scooby Gang, but it's basically Always Sunny. Literally just thought of that for some reason, and now it needs to exist. Although a lot of movies I do genuinely think are very good, very low rated. People just don't understand The Last Exorcism. They don't get it. I don't think I've seen Last Exorcism. Maybe I did. Wait, no, I don't think I did. I need to watch it again. Didn't hit me at first. It's become a fave of mine, yeah. One movie that my parents were always like, let's watch this movie, and I never appreciated until I was older, was The Truman Show, which now I very much appreciate. Velocipaster and Llamageddon. Shark Side of the Moon, to give you a vibe of what we find strangely entertaining. I came very close to making a video about Velocipaster years ago when I first found it, and then didn't, but maybe I still should. Llamageddon. Llamageddon 2. Shark Side of the Moon, I've never heard of. Been rewatching Avatar: The Last Airbender again recently. I found, anybody who's following the Goodreads page, I found a bunch of stuff at Goodwill, and so I was logging all the books. One of them is the first in the Last Airbender comic book series, and I was like, oh, that might be fun to read on stream sometime. What is this? Capitalist on our suspect list? You ever seen Spaghetti Man? I've been sent Spaghetti Man more than once. Created to prove superhero movies don't need a big budget, and it's about a guy who shoots spaghetti out of his body. That just has the same vibe as that movie with Daniel Radcliffe, Guns Akimbo, where he wakes up with guns as for hands. Looking. Oh. Blamageddon wins my gold star for most interesting trivia on IMDb. Interesting. Another once told me he hated the ending of The Truman Show because you don't get to see what happens to him, and I literally screamed, "That's the point!" Yeah. Batteries not included from the 80s. Seriously, watch it. Had that sent to me a couple times too. Those Meddling Kids. I've never read that. Let's see. Like, my head's in a whirl. How can I possibly decide which kind of candy to try first? I mean, the chocolate drops look so groovy, but the rock candy is probably out of this world too. Meanwhile, I'm also trying to keep track of the mystery. Did you, like, notice that we met another suspect? If you saw the suspect eyes, maybe you can answer these questions. What is the suspect's name? What does the suspect do for a living? Why would the suspect want to scare customers away from the museum village? Okay. Well, at least they asked us, like, the same relative questions this time. Usually they ask 3 wildly different questions. Like, different questions for everybody, and I'm like, that feels like it's inconsistent. Oh my god, just talking about candy, it just reminded me of when I was, like, 6, and I fed Pop Rocks to the cat, and they made the little crackling sound in the cat's mouth. Well, actually, it was my mom's idea, but, I ate it and abetted. Suspect 3, what was the guy's name? I always forget. They always have, like, the most forgettable names. Sorry. My name is Sam Harris. Sam Harris. Oh, I should have written, never mind. Didn't conserve space and whatnot. Please do a Velocipaster video. I will further timeshare my soul for you to cover it. I have to do it. That was Candy Store from Heathers, if you didn't know. I did. I like Heathers. I still remember a couple weeks ago when I found this channel and was binging every video, and I gasped very loudly the first mention of Crashbox. I watched it after school every day. My brother's been begging me to talk about Crashbox. I feel like it's something where I'd want to have another person on with me because it's a lot of like, kind of like little memory games and things for kids. But yeah, I was terrified of Crashbox. It was my brother's like favorite show, so he's like, please do a Crashbox video. Occupation. Park. Developer. Motive. Possibly. Capitalism. Save myself the time. Capitalism. Duh. It does. It's kind of a parody satire of Scooby Doo and other meddling kids type of stories. It's a cool idea, I think, but not the best execution. That's cool. It does meta, but can't choose a media type to do it in. Ah, copy that. Blue from Heathers is the weirdest song ever. I mentioned Frankenhooker. Probably too much this channel. It depends. It depends on how much I feel like I can edit around. If I can give everybody the vibe and still whatever, then it's fine. Dolls also from the 80s. I've been sent dolls for sure. Nutcracker Firing Squad. Oh boy. I remember getting like hipster mad about Heathers the musical becoming popular because I was obsessed with the movie at age 12 and no one else knew what it was. I like the musical. I like the movie best, I think. Heathers is very good. I feel like Dear Evan Hansen wanted to be Heathers, but had no concept of why Heathers is actually good. Reason Candy Story being in my head for now led to the Gummy Bear song. Oh god. Remember the Gummy Bear song? Remember that was everybody's ringtone? If anyone's seen that YouTube project, Mystery Incorporated, they post one episode last year. It's like a Scooby Doo meets Riverdale Supernatural dog playing Scooby Stole My Heart. Did they do like a 2.5 hour one? Is that what I'm thinking of? Because that one I want to watch. That one sounds pretty lit. There was a scary jump scare in the Scooby Doo PC game. Be bad as a kid. I think Maddie and I are gonna play some of the Scooby Doo games. Hey, Anton! So Mummy makes you read this paragraph, then jump scares you. Oof. Disney's Gummy Bears. Oh, okay. I was thinking of the Gummy Bear song from like early YouTube. I still want a Napoleon Dynamite musical. Oh, that would be hilarious. I really liked it. The way they implemented bass concepts was cool. Unfortunately, it suffers old people playing teens issues and kind of took me out of it at points. Copy. The other Gummy Bear song is bad too. It is. Knowing me that the musical combined Betty, Finn, and Martha Dunstock, but they didn't retain the name Betty to make the Betty and Veronica reference that could have called her Betty Dunstock. Yeah. Send you a link if you want. Add it to the 100 of things. Yeah, I feel bad when people are like, when's this thing coming? I'm like, I'm trying. There's so many things. There's so many things to cover. I have a ton of things. I filmed a ton with my friend Gabe yesterday. I've got a ton of stuff on backup that I need to get out so that I can start filming new videos. I really want to cover that new Beauty and the Beast that just happened. I don't know how my brain works. I don't either. I don't know how my brain works. Mean Girls also wanted to be Heathers, but it's like mid-Disney-fied Heathers. Yeah. Like, nothing against... Mean Girls is definitely not the worst musical I've seen, but yeah, not one of my go-tos. And that's not even in a, like, ugh, I'm pretentious about, like, teen musicals, teen-centric musicals, or, like, teen-aimed musicals. It's just not as good as actual Mean Girls. Okay, Clue Keeper. Shaggy and Scooby don't have a little encouraging message, like, alright, let's continue and do the thing. Like, why was I worried about choosing? Shaggy asked as we walked out of the country store. The bags. Oh, their little bags. All I had to do was get a few of each, he grinned as he held up a huge bag, bulging with every kind of candy the store had to offer. Scooby smiled too, holding up his own overstuffed bag. I guess that's the good thing about penny candy, said Fred. It doesn't cost much to fill a bag. Where should we go next? Asked Daphne, looking at a map posted on a large sign near the intersection of Antique Avenue and History Highway. How about the shoemaker's shop? Velma asked, or we could check out the Quilting Bee, sorry. Quieting Bee sounds like the name of a horror movie. Or go to the old one-room schoolhouse. There's so much to do. How about if we sit right here on this bench and eat our candy, Shaggy suggested. All this history is making me hungry. Don't forget, gang, we have a mystery to solve, too, Fred reminded us. We have to find out who is behind this so-called headless ghost that's pestering customers. Ha! I don't think there's any ghosts, Shaggy said, reaching into an almost... Why would you think that, Shaggy? You've seen so much of these. You've seen this play out so many times. Oop, it's raining really hard outside. Shaggy said, reaching in and pulling a handful of candy out of his bag. We haven't seen any signs of him yet, have we? He examined his handful of sweets. Wow, check it out, Scooby. I got some extra caramels. Scooby didn't answer. None of us did. That's because we were staring up at the biggest black horse we'd ever seen. Big black horse in a cherry tree? Now that's in my head. Sorry. I was trotting down the street straight toward us. And on it sat a headless soldier. Shaggy looked up and saw the ghost. Zoinks! He cried. I'm getting out of here. He jumped up, spilling his whole bag of candy. Oh no, not the snackies, all over the ground, and took off running. Scooby was right behind him. The rest of us sat there staring at the headless ghost, frozen with fear and amazement. The big horse had trotted nearer until its hoofbeats were so loud they sounded like thunder. The soldier on his back was a terrifying sight. He wore a long blue coat with red trim that was fastened tightly at the top, where his neck and head should have been. A long sword hung at his side, and a rifle was slung over his shoulder. His pants were the brightest white, and he wore black gaiters of heavy cloth fastened with shiny brass buttons from his shoe tops to his knees. Okay, but they said he's carrying his head. That's not what he's doing. He's carrying a pumpkin. In one hand, he held the reins of the black horse, and in the other hand, he carried his head. His head? The tall brass hat on the head. Oh, that's his head. Okay. Covered some of its greenish face. Interesting. That was okay by me. I didn't particularly want to see it. After all, he'd been dead for over 200 years. Those are the hats the Hessians wore, Fred whispered to me. I remember seeing that uniform in a book. I was so frightened I couldn't move. A headless ghost in broad daylight. I mean, it's not the first time you guys have seen one. Other customers were running away from the ghost, screaming as they hurried out of Museum Village, but ignored them. But he ignored them. Sorry. This way, Scoob, Shaggy cried from up the street. He wanted Scooby to follow him around a corner. As Shaggy spoke, Headless Henry kicked his horse into a gallop and took off. It looked to us like he was after Shaggy and Scooby. Oh no, I cried as I watched Headless Henry chase my friends. Shaggy and Scooby saw him coming and ran even faster. Scooby saw, they darted into a tall wooden building. It was the meeting house where the quilting bee was taking place. Headless Henry reared up on his horse. He rode to the far side of the building. He was there to meet Scooby and Shaggy as they came out covered in pieces of brightly colored fabric. They must have run right through the quilters. Zoinks! Shaggy shouted, seeing that Headless Henry was right in front of him. I like the transcription of like a Scooby Doo bit where they like go running off into something and then come running out the other side of the building with stuff on them. The headless ghost reared up again and waved his head in the air. Scooby and Shaggy dashed down an alleyway. Confused, Headless Henry stopped his horse and held up his hat-wearing head so it could look around, but he couldn't find Scooby and Shaggy. He took off in the opposite direction at full gallop. We all breathed a sigh of relief as we heard the horse's hoofbeats grow quieter. "Did you see him?" asked Mayor Banks, hurrying up to us. "Please, please help me. Please help me, teenage children. I, a grown adult, can't fix this myself." He sacrificed everyone. That's not what it said. He's scaring everyone away. I think he was headed towards the Widow Bailey's house when I saw him last. "We'll do our best, I promise." Just then, Scooby and Shaggy popped out of the alleyway behind us. Scooby still had some quilt material decorating his back. Shaggy was also wrapped in quilting cloth. "Like, did you save all my candy?" Shaggy asked hopefully. "No time for that now," Fred said. "We've got to split up and look for clues. You and Scooby head for Widow Bailey's house. Daphne, Velma, and I can check on the other shops. We can meet at the country store to compare notes." "Sounds like a plan," Daphne said. "All right," Shaggy said reluctantly, "but if I see Headless Henry again, I'll be history." "Ree-roo," Scooby agreed. He and Shaggy gave each other a high five. No clues or suspects in that one. I want a Nacho Libre musical, Mariachi Rules. That would be actually really fun. IDK if I'd call the movie that taught me the word whore Disney-fied. I always saw Heathers as the edgelord Mean Girls. Nice Lifeboat Ouch, that hurt hard. But Mean Girls is 90s while Heathers was 80s. Yeah, Mean Girls was 2003, right? 2003 or 4? Like when they were made. Heathers did it first, meaning Mean Girls will always be Heathers without murder. Mean Girls was 2000s. Nathan Zed made me watch Nacho Libre and Not Too Bad. You know what was a great one, though? Wait, Mean Girls was 2000s? It feels older than that. Jawbreaker. I've never seen Jawbreaker. Heathers is a fun reminder of the kinds of guys I went for in high school and why I have trauma. Oh, like still a favorite, but I am a bull and I love to run at red flags. "Veronica! Open the door, please." Yeah, Mean Girls was mid-2000s. I adore Jawbreaker. It's high camp. Wasn't a fan of the movie Mean Girls, so I don't think I'll enjoy the musical. 2004, very mid-2000s. Me and Dynamite sucks. My brain is impaired. You're good, Paulo. Mean Girls was an okay level movie. Some of the quotes from it are integrated into my vocab because they just don't leave my brain. It was one of those movies that was made at exactly the right time for it to just pop off. I do think it's funny. Mean Girls had a lot of funny lines, but I don't think it adequately executed its premise of explaining why teenage girls behave the way that they do. Now, Jennifer's Body is an underrated masterpiece. Discount Sleepy Hollow? Pretty much, yeah. Rachel McAdams is also like 30 pretending to be a teen. Yeah, that's every teen movie. Jennifer's Body is an amazing movie. I was angry about how the marketing destroyed the audience that needed to enjoy it. And a mayor, no less. Maybe one day I'll do a Jennifer's Body video. Like, it's so good. Cannot stress enough how Jennifer are the perfect example of codependent friendship. Despite the nickname, it's Jennifer who needs Needy to give her a constant stream of self-esteem boosting. Sudden flashback to that terrible Doctor Who episode, Love and Monsters, where they did the hallway door running gag, and it made me giggle while I was sick with the 103 fever back when I first saw it. Aww. Doctor Who is the perfect, like, watch when you're sick TV show. Maddie references Dodgeball a lot during the Kingdom Hearts streams. Yeah. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. Yes. Alright. Clue Keeper entry 5. Oh, she's giving them cookies. Or is she the bad guy and trying to poison them with cookies? I don't know. Shaggy and Scooby later told me about what happened next. They sat on Widow Bailey's porch trying to catch their breath while they ate the cookies she offered them. And then Headless Henry ran after us, but we, managed to escape, Shaggy was telling her. He helped himself to another cookie. Widow Bailey shook her head. I don't know what this village is coming to, she said. First ghosts and then thieves. Thieves, Shaggy asked. That's right, she said. Somebody stole my best and biggest cabbage just a little while ago. Oh no, avenge the cabbage. Can you believe it? She led them to the garden and showed them where the missing cabbage had been. Shaggy suddenly noticed something odd. There were big footprints in the dirt nearby. Ooh, it's a clue, it's a clue. Who would steal a cabbage? Shaggy asked, scratching his head. Like somebody who loves sauerkraut, maybe. Or roleslaw, Scooby said, added hopefully. True, Shaggy said. Coleslaw is another possibility. Never been big on coleslaw. Coleslaw, sauerkraut, whatever it is, it's wrong to steal a cabbage, Widow Bailey said. Can you help me find the thief? We'll try, Shaggy told her. I guess the first step is to follow these muddy footprints. Scooby put his nose to the ground and sniffed. Riss Ray, he said, pointing down the street. Shaggy saw a trail of cabbage levels heading down memory lane. He and Scooby began to follow the trail. Then suddenly, Scooby lifted his head and sniffed. Rum, rum, he said. He's chanting for rum again. Not the cabbages, anything but that. What do you smell? Shaggy sniffed too. Oh man, he said. He sighed. Somebody's baking a chocolate cake. He and Scooby forgot all about the footprints and the cabbage leaves. Instead, they followed their noses down the street and around the corner. The smell seemed to be coming from the country store. Like it won't hurt to stop in here for a second, Shaggy said as he gazed into the store's window at all the tempting treats. Those cabbage leaves aren't going anywhere, and aren't we supposed to meet the rest of the gang here anyway? He pushed open the door and walked in, with Scooby following close behind him. Museum Village is sure a great place. This is Fred and Daphne's mystery-solving tips. I'm glad we stayed even though Headless Henry is scared of it. It has scared everyone. Or is scaring everyone, sorry. It's hard to read on the fingerprints sometimes. Did you see the flashlight? Try to answer these questions, then join Shaggy and Scooby to get some cake. What clue did you find at the widow's house? Which of these suspects might have been responsible for this clue? What could this clue have to do with Headless Henry? Well, they're gonna say it proves that it's not a real ghost because ghosts don't leave behind footprints. I mean, I guess they're trying to say maybe we should rule out Widow Bailey because she probably has smaller feet, but I don't know. Brazil Online. Hello. My brother always uses that line on me. Weird movie, Psycho. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. The other one he does, but with various objects in place of wrench. Yeah, Maddie uses that one a lot too. When I was in high school, Doctor Who hadn't really popped off in the US yet, but my mom specially ordered the modern seasons on DVD for me from Barnes & Noble when I got really into it. There's some shows that, I want to do, like, obviously I like covering episodes by episodes. And obviously Doctor Who there, I'm probably going to go back because I've covered like certain arcs, and I'll go back and cover certain arcs and certain um episodes from New Who and Classic Who. But Doctor Who is one of those things where like I really want to just do a video about watching every episode and like documenting the dive like into the fandom as a thing. Like I think that could be a fun thing on top of going in and individually watching episodes. I would assume it's Peter Rabbit or something. Damn, Peter Rabbit. My cabbages! I understand that reference now. I hadn't seen Avatar until after Travis and I did our video on the movie, and then I was like, wow, I want to see the good version of this, and then I did. His whole thing was, yeah, eating shit from the garden. Scooby baby, no, you can't have chocolate. I know, they always give him chocolate. I guess in this world where dogs can talk, they're also immune to chocolate. Welcome back, Patrick. One time my dog ate like half a chocolate cake with 80% cocoa ganache. She lived, but it was a stressful night. Yeah, my dog once ate, my grandma likes to make those, I forget what they're called, the cookies that, they're kind of like thumbprint cookies, but instead of jam in the middle, she puts like either a Reese's peanut butter cup or a Hershey's Kiss and like lets it melt down, so it's like chocolatey goodness in the middle. My dog once ate a whole tray of those, and he was like fine, and we were just like, "You good, buddy?" Not my cabbages. Avatar: The Last Airbender rewatch was well timed. Yes. Doctor Who's 50th anniversary was in my last year of high school, so very peak Whovian era for me. Nice. Why couldn't he also process chocolate? True. One of the dogs, my daycare, threw up a Milky Way wrapper a couple of weeks ago, and we were all a bit in a panic. Oh no. He was okay, apparently. He got into the trash at home before he came in. Oh, so he didn't actually have the chocolate. That's good. Cabbage Co is a thing. If you can dodge traffic, you can dodge a ball. Our Whittle Bailey. We can't roll out Little Bailey. You and your fam really got me into Monk, and now I'm on season 1, episode 5. Monk is great, isn't it? That's one of my resolutions for this channel for this year, is doing more Monk episodes. I adore Monk. It's my comfort show. I was getting my friend Gabe into it yesterday too. He had seen it before, but I had it on and we were doing a puzzle after we filmed, and we were just like, I love exposing new people to Monk. Most of my bat mitzvah money on Classic Who DVDs. That's amazing. My close friend Christopher is a Classic Who encyclopedia. I've sent him random screenshots, and he nails the episode almost every time. I've more than once considered doing a fan remake of one of the Lost episodes that we just have the some stills and audio from. As a filmmaker, I think that would be fun. That's a life goal. Maddie laughing a lot at Avery telling where to go. You mean when I got lost in a hallway? That's what I said. Yeah, you did see it first. Hey, JC Meister. Missed a lot. So we're like halfway through the first book. We're reading 2 of them tonight. The gang's at like one of those like living history places, and there's a like diet headless horseman character terrorizing people. You can't give dogs tomatoes either, or onions. Can't give them onions. It's be bat mitzvah because it looked like a cool thing to do, but we were Catholic. LMAO. Doctor Who was my entire coping mechanism when I was being a traumatized kidlet. Doctor Who is just a comfort for a lot of us, I think. Bones is good, yeah. I watch Bones with my grandma. That's a good one. Monk and Psych will always be very close to my heart. My first dog ate an entire container of brownies while we were out of the house. He survived, but the situation was terrifying. That's scary. Everything about Avatar: Last Airbender Renaissance is that people stopped the Zutara versus Katang shipping war and chose to all jump on the Zuko Soka bandwagon instead. Yes. I think both of It's a Wonderful Life and The West Wing. Yeah. George Bailey, It's a Wonderful Life, and Will Bailey, The West Wing. Yes. My friends still love to torture me. My little Zukang shipper soul. I just want Zuko to be happy and not with his terrible girlfriend. That's all I want. That cabbage merchant and his cabbages. You know he thought about having those cabbages. Damn it! Now I have to think about that when I watch it again. Such a rare pair, but I support you. Shipping wars used to be so serious. I'm glad people are a little more normal now. Sometimes. I've seen some pretty ridiculous shipping wars going on in the modern day, and I'm like, guys, I've already lived through this. I can't do this again. He didn't marry his emo girlfriend. That's true. He didn't marry his emo girlfriend. An episode of Bones where Zoe Deschanel appears as Bones' cousin. It's so funny to see the Deschanel sisters. Yes, I remember that episode being on. Because I was obsessed with Zoe from Elf from way back in the day. Before her New Girl era, obviously. Oh, I didn't write down my clues. Sorry, I was distracted. Crawling in my... He's such an emo boy, and we love him for that. Alright, clue. Can everybody actually see me writing over here? Good. Clue 1. Big foot prints. What were the other questions? Who could have left for this clue? I guess the blacksmith? No, the blacksmith. No, who was the... Blacksmith is a suspect. He's a nice guy. I have no idea. I have no idea. Big footprint. If you're saying crikey, oh my god, in my American accent. So we check out a movie called Big Trouble. I haven't seen that. What? Emily is a lot taller than Zoe. You keep staying out of those fandom spaces. I keep, like... Every time I go on, like, my TikTok account, I scroll past so much silliness, so much goofiness, especially, God help me, the Marvel fandom side of TikTok. Oh boy, shipping wars are alive and well over there. I'm just like, guys, I can't do this again. Tin Man, I've not seen Tin Man. I should, though. Shift in the angles. Shipping wars, but there's still a thing. Yeah, I think Adriel's correct. Them's fighting words. I mean... Okay, she wasn't good for Zuko, in my opinion. Sorry. Are Boots the Cat and I about to get into a shipping war? Alternate Oz. I need to watch Tin Man. I've had it recommended to me. Advanced technology. Twat in costume or advanced? Probably guy in costume. Probably. There's probably a person riding that horse. Oh, the cabbage is what he's using for a head, because they said it was green. Okay. Speaking of emo, I was just thinking about today, but a lot of emo pop punk bands I listened to when I was a kid are Canadian, and therefore I can't reference their music with American characters. That's funny. It was a pseudo sequel. Tin Man and Alice are two things I have as background noise a lot in my apartment. Nice. Very dear to me. Man, back when sci-fi was still sci-fi. It's deep into Stargate. Stargate Atlantis. Yeah, old school sci-fi channel was great. I mostly stay out of fandom now. I try to stay out of fandom. I mostly just like to make my little fan art and whatnot and go about my day. And I think that's why fandom spaces are so crazy, is because most of us who are not overly dramatic fandom teenagers are just kind of like chilling in our own little world, watching our shows and being happy adults. OG Alice's Adventure in Wonderland is in the public domain. Probably. The MCU fandom is not great. The MCU fandom is just way too much. We're slowly becoming the Star Wars fandom where everybody complains about everything. And I'm just like, can we not? Can emo punk band succeed? People spaces I go to, but other than that, not much. Yeah. No one outside Canada knows them. I've never heard of them. I'll look them up though. They channel all their aggressions into the geese. Canadian geese are pretty aggressive. The shipping wars are... So shipping is like when you want one character to end up with another character. And shipping wars are when people are like, no, you're stupid and wrong for thinking that those two characters should end up together. I want this character to end up with this character. Now I'm gonna tell you why you're a bad person for thinking that. And it goes back and forth. Read fanfic on AO3 and don't have a ton of issues, but I'm not into romance really, so it's easier. Yeah. What is this? Can't confirm about the geese. I mean, Canadian geese even migrate down this way, especially this time of year, and can also confirm that they're a lot. Whereas when people get really, really mad that other people think a different couple from TV show would be good together than the couple you think would be good together. Yeah. Nobody wants to fuck with geese. It's almost like tribalism in wrestling. Yeah, it probably is very much like that. Goose once menaced. I remember Anton and I going to the Fernbake Museum while Anton was here, and we saw, like, it was like all the species of animals and like how they evolved and stuff, and Anton was like, ah, yes, the Canadian geese have been here since the beginning of time. Human. I'm just writing down a human. So must be fake ghost. Natasha sent me, for those who follow me on Instagram. Natasha was the one who sent me that thing that I posted the other day that was like, I gotta hand it to Andrew Tate. It's been a while since I've heard about a person being owned so hard by a teenager that they end up in jail, and it didn't involve a talking dog solving fake ghost mysteries. Archive of Our Own. Archive of Our Own, so it's A and then 3 O's, AO3. Just a place where people can like write fan fiction for their various things. They're really big in like what's the thing? Freedom of like keep upholding like fair use and stuff, so they're a popular place to like write your fanfic stories and such. Once menaced me across a zoo parking lot. Oh gosh. It's like Wattpad, but it's a little less awful than Wattpad. No, there are some genuinely really talented writers in the AO3 space. There are a lot of writers who write quite a bit of smut, so if that's not something you're down with, you're gonna want to just be careful of that. But you know, a lot of it is not, and there are a lot of really talented writers in that space. Oh, the original 13 Oz books are also in the public domain. Peter Pan floats in and out of the public domain. The rights to it are owned by St. Children's Hospital. I did know that. There are problems, but AO3 has an excellent filtration and tagging system for finding stuff you like and excluding stuff you don't. That is the good thing with AO3. You can be like, I don't want to see this particular thing, so you can just exit out. Saw the link bookmarked. Go chuckle at it every now and then. Had a cat try to run for mayor where I live. Aww. Cat wasn't over 18 though. I would have voted for Mr. Spooky. I think I've heard of that. Struggle to believe we aren't being queer baited for once. Right. Weirdest fanfiction I read was a Christopher Robin gets a new bear and challenges Pooh to a fight. Oh, that's interesting. Tends to have an older user base than Wattpad and slightly more serious writers, but also has a lot of porn. Yeah, you really gotta filter out all that porn. Unless that's what you're into. Was the Danny and Drew fanfic on AO3? I believe that was on Wattpad, but I could be mistaken. The Danny Gonzalez Drew Gooden fanfic. Winnie the Punk. There's a dog mayor in Colorado, I think. If you don't want fanfics with BDSM, you can exclude the BDSM. Yeah. There are multiple Grinch Tony the Tiger fanfics on AO3. Oh god. Fanfiction sounds like a good writing exercise. It is, because you're working in parameters of a world that isn't yours, so I always find that helps me creatively sometimes. Okay, sorry, getting back to the book. I guess I should run a poll for who's our baddie. We for once don't have, it's been a little while since we didn't have like an over 120 page book to read, so I don't feel like I need to like cram, so I'm just kind of like vibing, taking my time, making my way downtown. Oh, that's emojis. I don't want emojis right now. Oh, I can't start a poll until I end this one. Okay, so who's the baddie? Do we think it's the guy who hates cleaning up trash? I'm just going off of how we remember them and not their names. The old lady candle maker. Or let's add another option. Big business man. The chatting like, no, you guys aren't doing anything wrong. I just was like, sorry to the people who are like, god damn it, just read the book. Sorry. I get very distracted. I like talking to chat. Time travel fix it fixed because I love angst, but I also feel bad for the characters. Yeah. Tigger is in the public domain. Aww. Unless that's what you're into. The filter helps either way. Yeah, the filter helps either way, yeah. And then my Dan and Phil phase and the cringe fanfics of them. Oh gosh. Poor guys. Yeah. And it involves I don't like when people fanfic real people. It just feels like stepping over a line unless it's like a very rare case is like oh, what's his name? The one that I've seen actors who are just like, yeah, it's okay, I don't really care. And like I guess that's okay, but like, you know. What is a spec script if not fanfic persevering? Yeah, I've been known to write quite a few fix-it fics when I think something ended not the right way. I wrote so much fanfic that I felt dreadfully out of practice with creating my own characters and mythos. I can see that happening. Writes a lot of fix-it fics, being in the Hannibal TV show fandom. Oof. My heart goes out to the Hannibal fandom. Please make us forget Blood and Honey. Is it streaming when it comes out in February? Do I have a couple more months before it like hits streaming, or do I have to cover it in February? God help me. MHA fix, but like fix it for the villains because I'm a massive shit. That's great. Years because I'm focused on original stuff, but I have some chronically. I'm kicking around. I don't think any of us are thinking. I don't think any of us are thinking that. Any of us are thinking. Oh, that I'm easily distracted. I think everybody here knows what they're signed up for, but still. You and Allie would very much be friends. Aww. Guy who was writing like a novel-length fanfic about NASCAR drivers. Like, literally he had 30,000 words at one point. Oh, wow. Historical events. Like, over 100 years ago? I just mean, like, sometimes people, especially like young teenagers, will write fanfics about like real celebrities that are currently alive and can look and see and are embarrassed and made uncomfortable by them, and so I just find those a little bit strange, but not in the fun way. But that's my personal belief. Doctor Who covering poo. Don't do that to yourself or us. I have to know now. There's too many people have sent me trailers and show me updates whenever we get an update on the trailer reveal. I'm invested. It chose me. I'll do it for all of us, and then maybe we'll put it to rest forever. I believe that's called stalking. It can definitely feed into that side of things. Scar fanfic guy was like 19. Yeah. Cream bunny. There's nothing that can disturb her further. I mean, I doubt that that's true because I believe in Santa Claus really threw me for a loop there. Alright, Clue Keeper entry 6. Meanwhile, Fred, Daphne, and I were walking up and down the streets of Museum Village, keeping an eye out for clues. First, we stopped at the shoemaker's shop. A smiling man in a leather apron showed us how he used foot-shaped wooden forms to create shoes. I sew them by hand, he told us proudly, holding up a shoe. Next, we stuck our heads into the one-room schoolhouse. We don't want to interrupt your lesson, Daphne told the schoolmaster, who was sitting at a desk on a raised platform at the front of the room. Sorry, kids, we're just here to see the school. Very distracting. But have you seen anything suspicious around here today? All the students looked up from their books. I did, said a small boy waving his hand. The schoolmaster frowned at him. I did not give you permission to speak, he said. But if you can help these people, go ahead. I saw something, said the boy. I saw the schoolmaster kissing Mistress Prudence behind the meeting house. That took a turn that I was not expecting. All right. The schoolmaster gasped. All the children broke into giggles. The boy smiled proudly. Well, Daphne said, smiling, that's very interesting news, but it's not exactly what we were looking for. We'll be on our way. She waved at the schoolmaster. He waved back, his face bright red. Can I just say, Jenny Marcus is my favorite writer in this entire series. Not to shade the other writers, but there's a special place in my heart for the specialty chaos of all of her books in the series. Fantastic. Where to next? Fred asked. Why don't we check on the stable behind the blacksmith shop? I suggested. We can see if the big black horse is there. The headless Henry, the one headless Henry was riding. Great, Daphne said. We headed for the stable. The horses were in stalls in a big building that smelled of hay, and another smell, tar. Inside, the horses' names were on brass plates on the front of their stalls. Their saddles hung on hooks on the walls. Sure enough, there was the big black horse we'd seen Headless Henry riding. His name was Shadow. Aww. He whinnied as we walked by. He didn't want to be part of this. Outside the stable yard, we spotted Dudley Dinsmore. What are you kids doing here? He asked gruffly as he bent to pick up something. Just checking out the horses, I said. Horrible creatures, he said, shuddering. I like horses. I like all animals. With fear, I'd never have come even close to them if I hadn't had all this cleanup to do. He gestured at his feet. There on the ground was a huge cabbage. Where did that come from? Daphne asked. I'm thinking it's the very one that Widow Bailey reported missing, said Dudley. I followed a trail of leaves all the way down the street to this place. He picked up the cabbage and shoved it into a trash bag. And now I'm getting out of here, he added, casting a nervous glance at the horse stalls. He looked down at his feet again. Wait a second, what's this? He bent down to pick something up. That's gonna be a thing. They're gonna be like, see, he was scared of horses, so it rules him out. But here's the thing. If I was the bad guy, I would also pretend to be scared of horses if I was suspected of being somebody riding a horse and bothering everybody. Where's my charging cable? That's a very... I'll deal with it once we're done with this chapter. Let's see, Fred said. Wow, this is a fancy brass button. Flashlight. Clue. I don't know anybody in the village who would have a button like that, Dudley said, turning it over in his hand. Must have been lost by a guest. I'd give it to Mayor Banks. I have an idea. Which, quote, guest might have dropped that button, Fred said as we left the stable. With a little luck, we'll get this mystery solved before lunch. Oh, it's gonna be... Okay, so I think it's gonna be the big businessman, because big shoes can't be the other guy because he's afraid of horses, and he's wearing, like, normal people clothes. Jinkies! Velma's mystery-solving tips. The mystery is getting more interesting all the time, and we found another clue. If you saw the flashlight, you know what I'm talking about. You can probably answer these questions. What clue did you find in this entry? Which of the suspects might have been responsible for this clue? What does this clue have to do with Headless Henry? Great work. Now let's go find Shaggy and Scooby and compare notes with them. Oh boy. Sometimes adults will defame teenage boys with their fics and then proceed to get it published as an original work as well. Side Eyes, the After series. Yeah, so I was an extra in the first After movie, and it was... I imagine reading it is probably worse than working on it, but working on it was not great either. So, there's that. When I was in elementary school, the 5th grade boys rewrote Cinderella. Remembers the people got mad at supernatural guys' romantic partners for getting in the way of the real person fantasies. Oh, God. With my friend Christopher, who, of course, was raised on a lot of Winnie the Pooh stuff because his name, I was ready for the terror, intentional or otherwise. Oh, God. Don't remind me, Adriel. Yeah. Supernatural fandom is a lot. Their version... thing about After is Anna told Todd was like a grown adult and Harry was like 15 when she started, and she based the love interest on herself. Yeah, we don't talk about that. That's weird. That's a lot. as a play on the old killer car story, only in this case, it's actually an angel to... Aw, that sounds really interesting. Bootleggers used to cow hose wooden soles on their shoes to hide from the authorities. Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually genius. Cannot imagine a big age looking at a teenager and thinking, like, fantasizing? Like, literally vomitous. It's, I don't like it. I don't like that. Yeah. I don't, It was bad enough when E.L. James made 50 Shades because of Twilight. It's like, nothing wrong with being an adult fan of Twilight, but don't, like, I know that the actors were, like, over 18, so it's not quite as bad, but it was just, like, I don't know. It seems strange. Supernatural fandom is, interesting. A huge tattoo on my arm. Cool. I don't like to interact with the general fan base. Yeah, I like the show, but I don't... I mean, the show is a lot anyway, but I like the show, but I don't like interacting with the fandom. Natasha and I covered last year an episode of the I almost said Doctor Who anime. That's not what we covered. The Supernatural anime. If this is the author of Pterodactyl, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a ghost, but it's an actual resurrected headless German soldier corpse, right? Like, casual Rick and Morty viewers see the Rick... Oh yeah, the Rick and Morty fandom has done no favors for Rick and Morty. That's so interesting, Devin. I'd be interested to read that. I have not heard of Hot Pterodactyl Boyfriend. She wrote a fantasy about her adult-ass self being abused by some... Yeah, I don't understand the, like... Imagine fanfics where it's just like, you're in a toxic relationship with this person or character. I'm like, why would you want to imagine that? Clue 2. Brass. No! Who left it? Maybe big businessman? What does it mean? IDK that no one LARPing did it because it's different from all their old-fashioned clothes. I don't know. Sometimes they're like, what does this mean? I'm like, I don't know. What is it supposed to mean? Also me. I started watching it last year and most of my friends don't know I even like it because I'm not a can of worms with some people. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes the fandom of something, like, stigmatizes liking the thing for the rest of us and we're like, come on, guys. I don't know if I want to ask Milo. We're all like, what is Hot Pterodactyl Boyfriend? On Supernatural Train, I was already edging out of fandom. Well, I remember when Tumblr, I was like peak teenager in like that Tumblr era where like Super Hulock was like dominating the platform. Right? Like such a bizarre fantasy, excuse me, to have a teenage alcoholic. There's just a lot to unpack with that one. My local bookstore, and I was like honestly in disbelief that existed. I found a couple books like that. That I have no idea what they're about, but they look so strange. I found them at Goodwill, and I was just like, I have to get this because we have to read this on stream. Reading a Kingdom Hearts fic on AO3, Filtered Light. It's about Sora's mom looking for her son after Destiny Islands gets destroyed by the Heartless. She is also a former Keyblade welder. That actually sounds really interesting. Try wrestling fandom. I'm embarrassed most of the time to admit I am one. I remember one time I commented on somebody else's video about wrestling. Some throwaway joke about, you know, wrestling being like wrestling fights being planned, and for the entire day until I finally turned off notifications to the replies, I was just getting like dragged by any wrestling fans who were like, LOL, you need to educate yourself if you think the wrestling fights are planned out, loser. And I was just like, I thought we were all on the same page. I thought we all knew that. It doesn't lessen it. In fact, to me it makes it cooler, but Jesus. They were very upset. Things like manga from Shrek 2. Interesting. Cassandra Clare writing Not Safe for Work about the Harry Potter characters when she was in her 30s and the characters were 14. Oof. Eesh. Yikes. That makes me super uncomfortable. Supernatural fandom cringe way before I ever watched it. I think we all did. Ron and Ginny. Oh god. See, I've never actually read any of Cassandra Clare's stuff. I have a lot of her books, because I would always come across them in Goodwill and be like, I should probably read these one day, but oh boy. I do know that there's a lot of that kind of drama. I just made it. How far are we? Hey, Cassidy. So we are towards the end-ish of our first book and about to start our second one. In this one, the gang is at like a, I guess, living history type place where everybody dresses up and like brings the whole town from way back when to life. Kind of like Scooby Doo and the Witch's Ghost, if you've seen that movie. And there's a discount headless horseman bothering everybody. Plant Danny. Also, yes, I remember. Making creepy concept art. Happily Ever Afterlife. Yeah, I found Happily Ever Afterlife books 1 and 2, and I was just like, I have no idea what this is, but it looks kind of adorable. It's like a ghost high school type of kids book. Kind of like girls' novel, and I was like, that sounds interesting. Emo band. RP says Twitter. I know Twitter has its own problems for sure, but I think you didn't miss out on anything on Tumblr. My Super Hulk stage by about 2 years. Didn't go on Tumblr until I was 18-ish. Being probably been all over it. Just be extremely serious about breaking character publicly was a huge. The other trolls are incredibly stupid. Wrestling is predetermined. Yeah, which makes it, because like there's a lot that goes into wrestling and it's really interesting to watch. Like it's not a put down on wrestling, but like they definitely are predetermined. Yeah, I get you, Adriel. Like I always was like one of those kids was like, I feel like I'm too old for this already. But I definitely was too old for super like to be like interacting in Super Hulk. It was dominating the platform when I was on the platform, but I was mostly using the platform for Harry Potter fandom stuff back then. Wrestling has gotten better. The fans, it depends. Everybody feels that way about fandom, because fandom culture is just a lot. I'll have to check it out. If you're talking about Witch's Ghost, it's like my favorite Scooby Doo movie. It's got Tim Curry in it. We all agree that Reddit sucks. Reddit, I mean, it all social media brings out the best and worst of people simultaneously, right? Hang on, I gotta go get my charger. Or find my charger, I should say. Where is it? Is it on the floor here? It is here. Yeah, like we were talking about this the other night about TikTok. It's like TikTok, I've seen some really cool things on TikTok, but I've also had like some of the worst days of my life on TikTok. And by the way, TikTok just keeps being like, how do we make our platform worse? Like they added like a repost button and it's like right where like my thumb hits to scroll. So like more than once I'll be scrolling past like some like cringe Marvel fandom thing. It'll be like, you've just reposted this. I'm like, fuck, I didn't want to repost this. I didn't even want to like this. Go back. Tumblr is actually a great resource at times. Reddit is actually a great resource at times. Yeah, it actually is. Depending on who's using it. Avery's a real life hex girl. I take that as a huge compliment. Part of the Twitter roleplay community for Teen Wolf. Can acknowledge how cringe fandom can be. It would be my ass. Aren't they doing a remake of Teen Wolf? I'm pretty sure. Didn't I swear to God, we saw. I was out at um Pont City Market, and we saw like the Teen Wolf fandom all there, and we were just like, what? Witch's Ghost is Halloween Evening must for me. Bought the Hex Girls Funko Pop set from Hot Topic. That's amazing. Unless reviews on anything, I go straight to Reddit because I know everything else is going to be sponsored content. That's true. Or for Christmas, so you can imagine how big that was on Tumblr. Also, I meant the book, but it has been a bit since I watched Witch's Ghost. Witch's Ghost is great. Random logic with Round the Twist. You can't logic your way out of Round the Twist. Zombie Island was all, oh crap, they're real. Witch's Ghost was like fake out, like, oh, we caught the guys pretending to be ghosts, but then surprise, there's actually also a real ghost. I'm writing down the bonus clue of what's his name being scared of horses, which I know is going to come back because of course nobody can lie to you in Scooby Doo logic. Caretaker. Okay. Zombie Island is a great Scooby Doo movie. Cyber Chase is also pretty good. YouTube and Facebook because it's easy to connect with fam. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Get stuck in video games. I just go to YouTube and look up playthroughs if I'm stuck in a video game. I'm gonna have to cover the Viking Book of Love episode. And I'm afraid. Do you like apple strudel? I think so. I can't remember the last time I had apple strudel. Teen Wolf epilogue movie coming out and also an official spin-off series. Yeah. That'd explain it. Deviant Art Warriors fandom. Okay, so does anybody who knows about the Warriors, like Warrior Cats, Warriors, you have to read them in order, right? Because I found like the first 3 books in the Seekers fandom, but then I also found book 3 of Warriors, and could not find the first 2. So I was like, I know I need like the first 2 to start reading it, but these would be funny reading streams. It's getting a reboot. Jason Bateman better be in it. It's like a next gen series. Yeah, that explains it. I read a decent amount of the Warriors books in middle school, so I'm happy I was out of it by the time to come for the internet. Warriors was a lot on the internet. Oh, thanks, Patrick. Patrick has found some truly wonderful gems for the library for Misfit books that we've got going on here. Connecting and reconnecting to your computer. I can hear it faintly. Yes, that's what it is. This phone is acting up. Phantom virus sucked. Characters. Avery's phone. I'm connected. Oh, wait. Yep, connected. Wait. Oh, I know. I'm about to throw it out a window. And meanwhile, my computer's still in the shop, and I'm like, I can't deal with you right now, phone. Oh gosh, it just happened again. Yeah, that's what I heard too. That's what I would assume with most things. As we're talking about the Warriors movie, great film. Never heard of these books. Oh, it's very different, Paolo. Warriors, yes, but also prepare for inconsistencies because apparently it had multiple ghostwriters that didn't always follow character traits or personalities. Copy. I'll track down the first two books at some point, and then we can try. Where do the Seekers books come in? Like, I know they're probably after the main Warriors thing, but like, is there something in between? Like, are they separate enough that you can read those before you read Warriors? Like, oh, so it's like Nancy Drew. We should be able to follow it then. Yeah. Okay. Clue Keeper entry 7. We found Scooby and Shaggy on the porch of the country store. They were sitting on a bench. They're eating cake with their hands? Use a fork. Each of them held a plate loaded with the biggest slice of chocolate cake I'd ever seen. They were just about to dig in. Shaggy picked up the slice of cake, then he opened his mouth widest. He leaned forward and took a huge bite. Mmm, he said, closing his eyes and smiling. I couldn't help laughing, and Fred and Daphne joined in. Then Scooby had to get into the act. Rotris, he told us. When we were all watching, he picked up his piece of cake, opened his mouth widest. He leaned forward, and then he popped the entire slice into his mouth. Gulp, it was gone. Whoa, nice work, Scoob. Shaggy was impressed. It looks like chocolate cake, guys. Come on. Daphne shook her head. Don't you two realize we have more important things to do than eat cake? She asked. That's right, I agree. We have a mystery to solve. Did you find any clues? Have you seen anything suspicious? Shaggy told us about the missing cabbage, and we filled him in on what it had turned up. On where it had turned up. Did anything else happen around here? Fred asked. That's it, I guess, Shaggy said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Nothing's happened here since we arrived. Oh, there was one other customer. That Sam Harris dude. The one who loves root beer candy? But he didn't buy any. All he bought was like a sewing kit with needles and thread. Aha! He was the one that lost the button. What about Headless Henry? Any sign of him? Fred asked. Shaggy shook his head. No. At that moment, we all froze and listened. We'd heard hoofbeats coming closer. Slowly, we turned in the direction of the sound. Headless Henry was riding up the street, waving his sword. The face on the head was covered by its hat, but the shoulders were hunched and he leaned forward in the saddle. His whole body looked mad. Oh no, Shaggy cried. He threw his... Hold it so you guys can see better. He threw his hands in the air and the plate full of cake flew up so high that the cake stuck to the porch ceiling. He jumped into Scooby's arms. Save me, Scoob! But Scooby jumped up. Ro-ray, he cried. Scooby ran off the porch and down the street. Shaggy was right behind him. Headless Henry kicked his horse, Shadow. The horse neighed and took off after Scooby and Shaggy. Headless Henry waved his sword at Shadow as Shadow thundered past us. Full 2-page spread. This is awful, Daphne said as we craned our necks to see what was happening to Shaggy and Scooby. Into that little house, cried Shaggy. The two of them veered toward a round stone structure on the village green. Headless Henry pulled his reins to steer Shadow the same way. He was closing in on Scooby and Shaggy. In minutes, he was practically breathing down their necks. "Hide in here," Shaggy shouted to Scooby. "Don't jump down the well!" He dove for an opening in the small building. Scooby followed. "No, Shaggy, Scooby," Fred called. "That's the..." There was a big splash. We all read 12 Screams of Christmas. So we all know what happens when you get too close to the well. It's not good. Headless Henry wheeled his horse around and took off in the other direction. "Wishing well," Fred finished. He looked at the two of us and grinned. "Guess we'd better go fish out our friends." We ran to the well, and with all three of us cranking the handle, pulled up a bucket full of Shaggy and Scooby. A big bucket, I guess. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Sure," Shaggy said, wiping water out of his eyes. "You know, it's the strangest thing. When Headless Henry got really close, I smelled something that made me thirsty. Something that made me think of one of my favorite treats. But what was it?" He scratched his head. "Root beer," Scooby shouted. "That's it," Shaggy cried. "A root beer float. That's exactly what Headless Henry smells like. It's that weird or what?" Clue. We have very on-the-nose clues this time. Oh, goodness. Secret Lives of Feral Cats. I've made modern versions of the Avatar Last Airbender characters, Sims, while I'm watching the stream. Nice. Used to watch it all the time. Heard that through the fur patterns, it's through the Warriors books, cats have incorrect eye colors, fur patterns, etc. because nobody was paying full attention. Also, there's too many cats to keep up with in the first place. Fair. Sim Zuko is an e-boy and Sim Soka is a surfer bro. That sounds about right. Because it's my Sims game and I say so. I agree with your choices. I would pay to see this house just run on its own. Yeah, right. So much children's TV content is made in Canada because of the tax incentives, exchange rate, and talent pool in the same time zones. Nice. Yeah, that's true. A lot of stuff is made in Canada. Days I record some gameplay, but today is not that day. Night of the Nearly the Nincompoop. My favorite thing made in Canada is definitely Degrassi, The Next Generation. It's absolutely obsessed with that show. Hard not to binge entire season. I've never seen Degrassi. Don't hate me. 12 Screams of Christmas. Yeah, it's a Goosebumps book that we read right before, well, Christmas. We read it in the stream the night before that crossed into the morning of my birthday. It was very fun. Liberty's Kids on the 4th of July. Yes, I'm saving it specifically for that. Degrassi was rough sometimes. Stargate's alien planets were mostly Toronto forests. Just remember Aaron Carter singing the Liberty Kids theme songs. Oh. For that alone, I'll never watch it. I feel that deeply, Paulo, but he wasn't on it forever. Okay, we are almost there. Zoinks, we have definitely found another clue. Did you see the flashlight? I bet you did. Can you answer these questions? What clue did you find in this entry? Which suspect might be responsible for this clue? How does it fit together with the other clues? Okay. So the clue... Damn it. Sorry to everybody who can hear that. It's such a little drama queen. Clue 3 is... What was the clue that we found? Oh yeah, the root beer smell. Headless Henry. Headless Henry. Smells like root beer. Probably left by big businessman who loves the candy. Big businessman was also buying a sewing kit, so he probably lost that button, like we thought. It confirms, whoops. Button theory. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Funny is New Year's Eve. Someone mentions Drake, so it's like, hold on, what? That's funny. What universe is this happening in? Drama teacher, she was only 30, so she was cool. We were talking about the latest Degrassi episodes in class one time, and she was like, OMG, I love Degrassi High. And I was like, it's the next generation now, Grandma. I watched Degrassi in secret sometimes as a child. I started watching it properly recently. I haven't made it past season 7. Yeah, I cover a lot of things to this very day that, like, I didn't get into as a kid because, either my parents were like, it's not educational enough, or it was just generally, like, not seen as cool to be into it, so. We're all just here for our inner child, you know? Wish Degrassi High was streaming somewhere. If you knew Drake gets shot halfway through his character. Oh, that happens? Damn. All I know. Ooh. All Next Generation is on Tubi for free. Yeah, depending on where you live, you might need a VPN to spoof being in the United States, but here it is on YouTube and Tubi. How does that work? I don't know. Is Drake canonically a different person from the Drake that was on the show? Or did Drake... Huh. Head out, guys. Good night. Good night, Anton! Not a clue, but it's kind of funny. Like, excuse me. It's not a former basketball star. Now? Oh, gosh. Shay Mitchell. Degrassi for like 20 seconds. Show within the show, maybe. Well, it's like how Selena Gomez was on an episode, guest starred years back on Sweet Life, but then they did the Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana, and she was there as Alex Russo, so technically she's played 2 different characters in the same universe. Drake looked like maybe he's Drake's cousin. Maybe he is Drake's cousin. All right. Okay. Clue Keeper Entry 8. This is where Fred gets to shine. Here and only 17 votes. Who is holding out? Somebody's undecided. I think I'm beginning to get the picture here. Me too, Fred said. It's definitely time. I said, I think I'm beginning to get the picture here. That's Velma. Me too, Fred said. It's definitely time to set a trap to catch the headless horseman, Headless Henry. Discount Headless Horseman, so we can find out who he really is. But, like, how can we do that? Shaggy asks. And I can't wait until after I get my pie. It can't wait, Daphne said, but I have a great idea. You have cake on the ceiling. You're telling me you're gonna go back and get pie? I have a great idea. Hessian soldiers fought against the American revolutionaries, right? Fred and I nodded. So, she continued, if Headless Henry saw some American soldiers, wouldn't he want to try to chase them down? Like, naturally, Shaggy said. But where are we going to find any American soldiers? Daphne smiled. That's where you and Scooby come in. Oh no, Shaggy said, backing away. Oh yes, Daphne said cheerfully. All you and Scooby have to do is dress up in soldier uniforms and march around the square. Headless Henry is sure to come after you. Ruh-uh. Ruh-ruh is technically what he said. Scooby said. He won't do it, and neither will I, Shaggy said, folding his arms and sticking out his chin stubbornly. Come on, Scooby, I begged. Will you do it for a Scooby snack? Scooby shook his head. Ray. How about 2 Scooby snacks? Daphne asked. He closed his eyes and shook his head again. Well, they definitely talked them into it. 3 Scooby snacks and all the pie you can eat, I offered. Scooby opened one eye. Okay, he said finally. Oh man, Shaggy groaned. I guess I'll do it too, as long as I get pie. You also like the Scooby snacks. Don't pretend you don't. We dressed the 2 of them up in no time, using uniforms from the Museum Village's costume shop. They looked amazing, with the colonial-style hats sitting straight on their heads. Fred ran down to the stables to make a little adjustment to Shadow's saddle. Then he joined us as we watched Shaggy and Scooby march up and down the town square. Like, hup, 2, 3, 4, Shaggy called. You're telling me the Headless Henry guy is not gonna check the saddle? That's a rookie mistake of him. It didn't take long for Headless Henry to show up. He galloped toward the square on Shadow, waving his sword so that it sparkled in the sun. On cue, Shaggy and Scooby began to run. They went as fast as they could, back toward the stable. Shadow raced right behind them. Scooby and Shaggy ran right into his open stall. That's when Fred, Daphne, and I sprang into action. Just as we'd planned, the 3 of us jumped up from our hiding places and locked the stall door. We reached over the side of the stall, trying to grab hold of Shaggy and Scooby. They grabbed our hands, and with our help, Scooby and Shaggy scrambled up over the side of the stall and got out. Get me off this horse, Headless Henry screamed, struggling to get out of the saddle. His voice came from deep inside Headless Henry's chest. I think that might be the most effective trap that they had set. It didn't miserably fail. His voice came from deep inside Headless Henry's chest. He struggled and yanked at his uniform. I demand to be set free, he shouted. Do it now. It won't be easy, Fred told him, not with all that glue sticking you there. Fred had coated the whole saddle with heavy-duty glue. Oh, it was one of those. Headless Henry was stuck in place. Fred climbed up onto the Shadow and unbuttoned the Headless Ghost's jacket. It wasn't easy because Headless Henry kept struggling and trying to push him away, but finally Fred got the buttons undone. As soon as he did that, we all knew the truth about Headless Henry. Voted for the elder to be the baddie, not enough evil elders to, you know? I really wanted it to be the old lady. I don't think it will be, but I really wanted it to be. Whoop. Phone! I watched The Fosters for the first few seasons, but then switched. didn't like it that much. I couldn't get into the Fosters. I was, however, massively into Switched at Birth, which was a very silly show, but teenage me, who was actively studying sign language, was just like, oh, this is so cool. And it genuinely did help me get better at sign language, so there's that. That's true. It's said that there's at least 7 people who look like you. He could have just looked like Drake. Hopefully the character doesn't grow up to mess around with underage girls like Drake, but you know. Usually it's elder. Thought it was usually elders in Scooby. It's usually like a businessman in his 40s or 50s. Depends. Depends on the generation of Scooby. Polly. Oh, that's hilarious. Or anything about Polly. Am I the only one that remembers, what was it called? Monkey Business? With, Thora Birch from the 90s. It was on Disney Channel. Favorite teen drama was Glee. I was obsessed. A lot of people were into Glee. Red and any other Scooby Doo. I do miss Red. It was Red Herring? Or you said, was it Red Herring? I'm gonna throw my phone out a window. I'm gonna do it. Old Man Jenkins. A lot of times it is, but you know. Monkey Trouble. Okay, Monkey Trouble. Right, Monkey Trouble. Yes. I was obsessed with that movie, and I thought I wanted a capuchin monkey because of that. I didn't, but I really was obsessed with that movie. I used to watch that on Boomerang when I was younger. Oh, me too. It aired like at lunchtime, and I was homeschooled, so I got to watch it while I ate, and I was always a big fan. I'm not usually a fan of like the that era of the 80s and 90s where like baby versions or kid versions of all these characters, but I really liked Pup Named Scooby Doo, even though it did somewhat mess up the timeline quite a bit, but you know. Phew! This is back at Dora's Donuts. Phew, you say, closing the clue keeper. What an awesome mystery. You'd think they'd have a box of donuts for the table instead of like individual plates and no box, but anyway. Can you guess who Headless Henry really was? Daphne asks. I bet you can, Fred says, if you put together all the clues and suspects found in the clue keeper. That's right, Velma agrees. Read my notes. Think about each of the suspects. Can you eliminate any of them? Then go over the clues you found, Fred says. Which suspect might have left them? And don't forget to eat another donut, Shaggy offers. You know, for extra brain power. I find that donuts really increase my mystery-solving skills, especially jelly donuts. Jelly donuts are very good. Shaggy, Daphne says, laughing. Anyway, whenever you're ready, let us know. We'll tell you who Headless Henry really was. When you think you've solved the case of Headless Henry, turn the page and see if you were right. I think it was the big businessman. Turn down or off the notification volume. That's a good point. How do I do that on this phone? I don't know how to do it on this phone. I should know. I've had this phone forever. Dunstan checks in. I vaguely remember that one too. Pup Named Scooby Doo is one of the good ones, like Muppet Babies. Yeah, Muppet Babies was also good. Hate when I watch Pup Named Scooby Doo because the theme song was always got stuck in her head. Scooby! I remember it to this very day, all the way down to the very end where it's like, Scooby Doo, where are you? Genuinely surprised that it's not the one true capitalism of this book. Pup is to this day the best incarnation. It's not my favorite Scooby-Doo incarnation, but it is good. Alright, so let's see. Alright, let's see who the bad guy is. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! It was Sam Harris, the amusement park developer. Hell yeah. He was dying to get his hands on Museum Village and turn it into just another place with rides and games. That's why he dressed up like a headless soldier to scare away the customers, Fred explains. He buttoned the Hessian coat over his head and held the cabbage in his arm, pretending it was his head. He was the one who stole the trick, oldest trick in the book. He was the one who stole the cabbage from Widow Bailey's garden, Velma says. We know it couldn't be her, since she wouldn't steal her own vegetables. I mean, unless she was trying to set somebody up, but anyway. And he dropped the cabbage and a brass button from his gaiters near the stable, Daphne adds. Later, he bought a sewing kit to replace that button. We figured out that Dudley Dinsmore wasn't the ghost because he hated horses. He wouldn't have ridden Shadow around, Fred smiles at you. But you probably figured that out too. I did. And like you probably also figured out the final clue, that the smell of root beer came from the root beer barrel candies that Sam Harris was always eating. Yeah, it wasn't very difficult, but alright, this is for children. Shaggy says, speaking of eating, are you ready for another donut? I sure am. Ree-roo, Scooby says, and he and Shaggy go to the counter and come back with a tray piled high with every flavor of donut. I don't know how you can eat those after all that pie, Daphne says. Here's how, Shaggy tells her, popping one into his mouth. See, it's easy. Scooby pops 2 donuts into his mouth just to show off. Reezy, he echoes, waggling his tail happily. He licks his lips and shouts with joy, Ruby, Ruby, Roo! And just like that, we have finished book 1 of 2 of the night. Should probably log it on my Goodreads, huh? I didn't even log that we started it. Hello, 18 viewers that are still here. Oh, wow. DuckTales, whoa. Exact spoilers, but you said the mysterious cry-inducing... Glee was terrible. Like, okay, it's hard to explain. Gay, and there was not a lot for gay people. No, I think it's very valid. Like, there's nothing wrong with being like, this show was helped me get through a particular time in my life. Only took us like 3 hours. Yeah, honestly, it usually only takes us like 2 for this book, but you know, we'll go through the second one a little faster. It also feels slightly thinner. I don't want to spoil myself. I don't want to spoil myself. I don't want to do that. 60 pages, so it's the same. It just feels shorter. I have to go bounce. I have to get up at 5:30. Goodbye. Grateful children to get to school. Bye, Texas. Thank you for hanging out. We're reading a second book if anybody wants to stick around. So, if you have time to hang around, I'm going to read a second book. But if you're going to bed, that's totally fine too. Just in time going to bed. Good night, Adriel. Missed that very subtle clue that the villain smelled of root. That very subtle clue. You read. Thank you very much, Scooby. Pop is good, but I love the movie era of Scooby. I do too. Alright, let's go to Goodreads. Come on, Goodreads. Give me my books. You still won't give me librarian status, but at least let me go to my own books, please. I'll have to work until 1 p.m. tomorrow, so I get to stay for the long haul. Nice. Night for the people going to bed. Good night, everybody going to bed. I'm here by unofficial contract. You can go anytime you want, Paula, but we're glad to have you around. Good night to those leaving. Oh, I probably will. I cry at everything. A bunch of quitters. Some people have lives. Couldn't be me, but some people do. Scooby Doo. Headless Henry. We'll have to catch up with our review game. Maybe we can do a couple at the end of this one. Lives are for the week. Non-American animation. Be here for a bit too. Probably not the full stream because I have to work tomorrow, but not till early afternoon. So, okay. Everybody obviously feel free to leave whenever is best for you. I'm just gonna be chilling, trying not to get as distracted going through the second one. Oh, we have 20 people watching. Okay, hi guys. Welcome. If you're just coming in, you are just in time because we are starting our second book of the night. It's like a double feature at the movies. But it's books, and it's Scooby Doo. God, I've got to cover the Scooby Doo live action movie, speaking of double features in Scooby Doo. Kurt's best friend. I've actually never really watched Glee. My parents weren't very fond of Glee. They thought it was like too adult for innocent children our age. Which is funny because I was exactly in the age demographic to watch Glee. But they probably did me a favor. Alright, this one is called The Case of the Singing Ghost. I need to go through, by the way, and put... I know, like, all the playlists are in a big past live streams playlist. I also need to put them all into their own playlist. Like, this is Nancy Drew 2022 playlist. This is the Scooby Doo and You playlist. Here's us reading Nancy Drew books. Here's us reading Goosebumps. I need to do that. I have a life, kind of, but I also enjoy spending my evening with cool people. Aw, thank you, Chelsea. Much more chill than my days back as a Twitch streamer. That got so toxic. Oof. Yeah, I know YouTube as a streaming platform isn't really for everyone. I personally love it because I don't want to go to Twitch. Like, nothing... I know Twitch as a whole is not bad, but, I don't know. I like being able to have all my content in a one-stop shop, since it's all on the same style of topics. They were right. Yeah, they were totally right. Glee should have been set in college because it was not appropriate for teens. Yeah. Someone says to watch out for weirdos. We are the weirdos. Alright, Scooby Doo and You, a Collect the Clues mystery, Case of the Singing Ghost. Rock and roll, it's here to stay because its biggest star is back as a ghost. Scooby and the gang check out a rock legend haunting his old mansion. But is this fan-pleasing phantom for real, or are there sinister suspects behind his spirited attack? Find out when you join Scooby and pals in solving the upbeat musical mystery. I love how much this definitely isn't supposed to be Elvis. And this definitely isn't supposed to be Graceland. The craft. For people, I'm automatically the best. I never watched it since I'm but a mere baby. The past. Don't talk to strangers online. The now. People that know the most about me live on my phone, right? I have so many online friends. My angel of music. I can't wait to do Phantom of the Opera videos. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I'm just so excited. Smell this wasteland. Very sexual, and the teacher was always forcing the teens into adult situations. Oh yeah, I watched Eddie Burback's video on the pilot episode, and I was like, oh my god. Noodling Around is the restaurant we're at today, guys. Welcome to Noodling Around, the hostess says. Table for one? You shake your head and tell her that you're meeting some friends. Oh yes, they're in the back, the hostess replies. You make your way past the table and see the gang sitting around a big table. Fred looks up and waves at you. Are they the only ones in the restaurant? How did they know which friends were ours? Hey, here we are, he calls. Pull up a chair. So, Scooby, what kind of noodles do you want? From the all-you-can-eat noodle bar. That sounds awesome. Asks Shaggy as he comes over. He's somehow holding 4 plates of noodles at once. The banana noodles. The chocolate noodles. Oh god, no. The corn on the cob noodles or the pizza noodles. Pizza noodles might be good. My mom makes, like, pizza pasta. Rizza Roodles, Scooby says. Sounds good to me, Shaggy nods. 1 order of Rizza Roodles coming up. Shaggy places one of the plates in front of Scooby. He puts the other 3 in front of himself. Shaggy, don't tell me you didn't get any noodles for the rest of us, Velma says. Okay, I won't, Shaggy says, digging into the first plate of noodles. Suddenly, someone starts singing. Zoinks, Shaggy says, like my noodles are singing. I've got haunted noodles. Relax, Shaggy, Fred says. The hostess just turned on the music inside the restaurant. Your noodles aren't singing. You'll have to excuse Shaggy, Daphne says. He's still a little jumpy from our last mystery. It was really groovy, Velma says, but we sure could have used your help. Then invite us. Marcy would love to be invited. A smile starts creeping across your face. I have an idea, Fred says. Why don't you try to solve it yourself? Grinning widely, you nod your head enthusiastically. Here's our clue keeper, Fred says, handing you a small notebook. I took careful notes. Oh, Fred gets to do this one. Cool. You don't have to worry about missing anything. Shaggy being scared of noodles, bless him. As you read along, keep your eyes open for important clues and suspects, Velma says. To help you, we put a suspect eyes every time you meet a suspect. And you'll find a flashlight lighting the way to each clue, Fred asks. And we'll even ask you some questions to help you organize your notes. Do you think they get, like, stickers from the craft supply? Because there's no way they're, like, drawing these things out every single time. That'd be time-consuming. And we'll even ask you some questions to help organize your notes. You hold the clue keeper in your hand, eager to begin. Good luck solving the case of the singing ghost, Daphne says. I want a Noodles and Company now. Yes. My worst life decision, making my Zuko Sim an E-boy and then trying to keep a largely red color scheme still. Oh no. Please be Scooby Hoo. I would love to see Scooby get to narrate this. The actors were all adults IRL, but it was not okay. I could see how creepy it was. I was just like, oh gosh. Can the gang chase down this hound dog of a ghost? Scooby Doo literally ain't nothing but a hound dog. By the way, You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog is a cover, and Elvis's cover was mid. There, I said it. I said it. The original is way better. I would play it. Can I play it without getting in trouble with YouTube? Maybe I can. We sure could have used your help, Marcy. If that was true, I would have been there. They, like, have arguments about, like, you didn't want me around on your next Missy. You ain't running my... To go to Cece's Pizza and just get plates and plates of noodles with nothing on them. I'd get noodles on my pizza and I would eat tomato. Oh, I love noodles to this day. Oh, Perry wants in on this one. Hang on, guys. Ah. Okay, calm down. She ran in here like she was, like, hiding from the feds. Oh, by the way, I meant to show this at the top, but at Goodwill, I found a dinosaur friend. And now he is about as big as I am, practically, and I love him. And now he needs a name. He's also very squishy. He could easily be used as a pillow. Hi, Perry. Perry's mad that she didn't get picked up before the thing. Perry the catapus gently puts tiny hat on the kitty. Come on. Perry just unplugged the phone, of course. It's not really your fault, Perry. There's a lot going on. Hi, Perry. He's too cute, thank you. He was all alone in Goodwill. If you versus your phone connection, I'm sorry. I need to figure out how to get it on, like, the sound disconnected. You aren't anything but a true story. What? Hi, Perry. Perry the catapus. I also have a giant bear in a little, like, Christmas dress. I named my stuffed dinosaur Rexy because I was half asleep when I got him, and it's all I could think of. Oh. Hi, Perry. You gonna help me read? Perry is the animal that acts like she has not seen you in years. Hi. You deciding not to be chaos in this particular moment? Okay. Here, we'll go full... Well, no, I don't want to go full screen because there's too many pictures in this one. Even Gaston could read this one. And Gaston sucks. Hi, Perry. Clue Keeper. You're a groovy kind of dog, Shaggy's saying in the back of the Mystery Machine. You make me want to howl. Definitely not supposed to be Elvis. Hi, Perry. What? Perry? Can you sit down, please? I found a Cookie Monster Touch and Talk at Goodwill once, and I haven't been so psyched to spend $7. My dinosaur friend was only $2. Plus she is a 4-foot tall cow named Moo Moo. Oh! I have this giant teddy bear that my granddad sent to the hospital when I was born. I still have it. Size bed, and Moo Moo takes up like half of it. That's so cute. Your 11:20 cat delivery is here. I want to steal Perry. Some days, I feel like I would let you steal Perry, but she's a good egg. Hi, Perry. Hi. She's sniffing my dinosaur thing, which is way bigger than her. All right. Ooh, howled Scooby. Fellas, you've been singing Charlie Bethune songs nonstop. For the past 2 hours, I called back to them. Why don't you take 5? He really is a tired dad friend. But Fred, we're going to visit the home of one of the greatest rock and roll legends of all time, Shaggy complained. We're just trying to, set the mood. According to the directions, Beechwood Manor should be at the end of this street, Velma reported. I steered the mystery machine along a typical suburban street. Some children were playing ball in front of one of the houses. Further down, we passed a woman planting flowers. Number 100, there it is, Velma announced. I stopped the van in front of a huge blue mansion. Jinkies, Velma exclaimed. This is Beechwood Manor? It looks more like Beechwood Palace to me, Daphne said. As I turned off the engine, a man came out of the house and waved. We got out of the van and met him at the bottom of the driveway. Hello, and welcome, the man said. I'm Lowell Gramercy. Hi, can you sit? Please sit. Sit. Come here. Perry, sit. Don't. You're gonna knock stuff over, Perry. Okay, you can lay down. You're on my clue keeper notes. I'll worry about that later. Still have a C and say farm animals made in 1989. Nice. That's when I was born. Aw. Lacey Lou. Oh. Lacey Lou is a very cute name. Hi, Perry. Perry, I was hoping your calendar would be here so I could show people in person what it looks like, but it's not here yet. Alright, well... maybe they're related. Maybe. Hi, Perry. Perry had 4 babies and none of them look like her. Welcome, the man said. I'm Lowell Gramercy. Thank you kids so much for coming on such short notice. Which one of you is Daphne? I am, Daphne said, raising her hand. And this is Fred, Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby Doo. I am so glad your uncle was able to reach you, Mr. Gramercy continued. He told you about the mysterious sound we've been hearing? No, he just told me that you needed our help. Help, Daphne replied. We figured we'd see for ourselves once we got to the museum. Stop. Like what museum? Asked Shaggy. I don't see any museum. This is it, Mr. Gramercy replied. Perry. Oh my god, Perry. Let them see, Perry. Have Gramercy. Maybe they're clones. Nope. Perry, don't bite. It's the Perry Show. Starring Perry and someone called Avery. Yup. This is it, Mr. Gramercy replied. Not only is Beechwood, Perry, Manor where Charlie Bethune grew up, it's the home where it's the home of the Charlie Bethune Rock and Roll Memorial Museum. Perry, you're making it worse, Perry. She keeps... But you mean Charlie Bethune, the famous rock and roll star, actually lived here? Shaggy asked in disbelief. But it's so massive, tacky, flamboyant, came a voice from behind us. We turned and saw the man standing behind us was wearing a jogging suit and headphones. Yes, this is where the great Charlie Bethune Bethune? I don't know. Lived, the man continued. I should know. I was his next door neighbor for years. This is Hal Washington, Mr. Gramercy said, introducing us. He's been fighting the museum since day one. Suspect list. It's a suspect, Perry. This is a suspect. On the suspect list. Okay. You going down? Bye. Well, get down if you're gonna get down. I thought she was taking that water with her. Come on. Perry, you've made it worse. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. That's right, Hal agreed. The last thing we need in this neighborhood is more traffic. And if you ask me, Charlie Bethune doesn't even deserve a museum. Oof. But he was such a big star, Daphne protested. To me, he was a no-good neighbor, Hal continued. I used to bring in his mail and water his plants when he went on tour. Once I even scared away some crazy fans trying to break in, and after 20 years, he never even once said thank you, jerk. He owes me big time for taking care of his place, so if you think I'm going to let Charlie Bethune disrupt any more of my life, you're wrong. Hal Washington continued on his way. Don't mind him, Mr. Gramercy said. Now why don't we go inside? Go inside the great Charlie Bethune's house, Shaggy asked. You bet. So if you ask my mom, she's very insistent that it's P-E-R-I, so that's how I spelled it on the calendar because I knew she'd give me grief, but I've spelled it both ways. Perry, thankfully, does not have to sign any legal documents, so it really doesn't matter to me. Now it's just not charging. I'm just gonna put it in the other room and read off the thing. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Hi, Harry. Hi, you can come back. Might be getting my own cat soon. Aww. Thinking about Gil. Wait. See. Aw, that'd be a cute name. G.I. Joseph. No, no. Alright. I don't know why cats love laying on paper. Much like my cat Timmy. But Timmy is also a... Aww. Likes to sit on my shoulder. My cat Fig has loved to sit on shoulders since she was a kitten, and now that she's bigger, she still loves to do it. Perry can't read, so she doesn't care. True. Maybe she can read and she doesn't care. Yeah, you can spell it either way. Hi. It's short for peridot. That's why the calendar is a year with Miss Peridot. I think the merch shop is gonna be called Miss Peridot's Print Shop. Hi, kitty, kitty, kitty. Perry really likes the attention. Oh, yeah, she does. Perry is very social. You can hear her purr. Nice. Okay, Perry, we're getting back to this. You can't keep the clue keeper. You can't write. You don't have thumbs. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. Okay, sorry, Perry is man-spreading the book out of the way. Fred's mystery solving tips. I'll bet you noticed the suspect eyes on page 8, right? Well, that's our first suspect. Now open your clue keeper and answer these questions about him. What is the suspect's name? What is he doing at Beechwood Manor? What does he want that makes him a suspect? Once you finish, read on to see who we meet next. Perry, there's really not a lot of room for you up here, honey. Perry, Pear baby. Bless her. She's got the moves. Let's check. Hi, Perry. She's got this little scab by her ear, and I'm fully convinced that it's from her trying to scratch her own ear like crazy all the time. That's why you shouldn't scratch your ears so much, honey. All right. Clue keeper. Let me try to write with a cat. Oh, God, this is going to be a nightmare. Ah! No. Perry. 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 No one can even see what we're writing, Perry. Your head is in the way. Pen wiggle, if not toy, then why pen wiggle? When 8 people food. Maybe a bobcat got her. No, it's from her own. She's always scratching her own ear. And I always try to get her not to. But she had to be right there with you forever. Yeah. Perry is such a pretty color. Aw, say thank you, Perry. I love her little tuxedo cat feet. Yeah, she's like a little gray tuxedo cat, which I had never seen before, Perry. Yeah? Are the allergies getting to you, too? Yeah, they're getting to everybody. Her eyes are all... No. Her eyes are kind of goopy today. Suspect 1. What was the guy's name? I don't even remember. Hal Washington. That's a name. Perry. What is he doing at Beechwood Manor? He lives next door. Perry. There we go. I always felt like people joke with me about starting an ASMR channel. These books would make great ASMR videos because you could like quietly read them, and then also the sound of the writing. And then the typing as you log it into Goodreads. Motive. Dead guy was a bad neighbor. Oh my god. I just had to say they weren't running out of ink yet, didn't I? Oh, suspect 1, always red herring. Sometimes it has been suspect 1 sometimes. Scooby would say the cat did it, probably. Wishbone would say the cat definitely did it. It looks like you knocked Pear off. I swear I didn't. I swear I was minding my own business writing. And she jumped down. My mom has an orange tuxedo cat. Aww. That lives under her house. She tried to take the kitty in, but it doesn't want to go inside. Aww. It's just visiting. Oh. Yeah, there's a cat in our neighborhood that used to be an indoor cat, and he ran away, and then, like, he kind of turned up years later, and they realized that he'd just been living as a feral cat, living his best life as, like, the neighborhood cat, so they're just kind of letting him be. Okay, right. No, you didn't knock her off. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. She's off committing the crime right now. She doesn't have an alibi. That is true. Oh gosh. No. I need to worry about this right now. This is research for a video that I'm working on for somebody else. Okay. Pulling up this. Have you seen the Whitney Houston biopic yet? No, I haven't. I have not seen that. Let's see. Let's read the next chapter. Really trying to get through this one faster than the last one. We followed Lowell Gramercy up the walkway to the mansion. He took out a key and opened the front door. As soon as we walked inside, Scooby jumped into Shaggy's arms. "Reich!" Scooby yelled. "Ryan!" Sure enough, there was a giant lion guarding the hallway. Oh. "Don't worry, Scooby," Daphne said. "It's not real. See?" She gave the lion a poke. Roar. Daphne, Velma, and I jumped back. Shaggy started giggling. Like, "Sorry, guys," he apologized with a smile. He was the one who had been roaring. He got us good that time. That is kind of funny. Although I feel bad. This feels like pro-hunting endorsement. I don't like that. We continued past the line and into the living room, which was decorated like a jungle. There was an enormous tiger-striped rug on the floor. The walls were covered with zebra-striped wallpaper. The sofa was covered with leopard spots. Even the grandfather clock fit into the jungle theme. It was painted like a giraffe. "This certainly explains the lion," Velma said. Charlie Bethune had rather unusual decorating tastes, Mr. Gramercy explained. Each room in the house has a different theme. He was very proud of this one. We heard the sound of footsteps and saw a man come into the living room. "Well, Clark, what do you think so far?" Mr. Gramercy said. "Does this self-guided audio tour work?" The man took off a pair of headphones. "It works fine, Lowell. But it's a little boring," the man replied. "All Charlie ever did was sing. At least you've got Charlie's Lifetime Achievement Award on display. That's probably the most valuable and interesting thing here. This is Clark Bedford," Mr. Gramercy said, introducing us. "Suspect list." "Clark Bedford? As in Clark Countdown?" I asked. "That's right," he replied with a smile. "I'm surprised you still remember. I haven't done that radio show in a while." "We used to listen to you all the time in the van," Daphne said. "It sure is a pleasure meeting you the face behind the voice. Oh, I hope for their sake he's not the bad guy. Then they'd have to be crushed at that knowledge." "Thank you," Clark said. There was a knock at the door. Mr. Gramercy excused himself to answer it. "What do you think of the museum, Mr. Bedford?" Daphne asked. Honestly, I don't think Charlie Bethune deserves a museum, Clark said very matter-of-factly. To me, he was the biggest fraud in rock and roll. Ooh, are they throwing Elvis shade? What do you mean, Shaggy asked. Charlie and I were pretty close when we were kids, Charlie explained. We'd hang out here or at my house, we'd sing a little and try to write some songs. One day, I wrote a song called Howlin' with the Dogs. That was Charlie's first big hit, Daphne said. I thought he wrote it. That's what he wanted you to think. Ooh, scandalous. Clark said, but I wrote it. Well, he came over one day, he saw the music lying on my desk and took it when I wasn't looking. He didn't even ask. The next thing I knew, I heard Charlie singing my song on the radio. The worst thing about it was that he never admitted he stole it from me. He later won that special Lifetime Music Award for it. That award and all of Charlie's fame should have been mine. Ooh, drama. Charlie was so upset that he left the room without even saying goodbye. Man, do you think he's telling the truth? Asked Shaggy. Charlie Bethune himself would have to come back to life to answer that question, Daphne said with a smile. Suddenly we heard a soft but familiar sound filling the room. If I didn't know better, I'd say that's Charlie Bethune's voice, Velma said, and he's singing one of his songs. Zoinks, Shaggy exclaimed. Daphne brought Charlie Bethune back to life. Velma's mystery-solving tips. If you notice the suspect eyes on page 14, then you've met our next suspect. Take your clue keeper out and write down the answers in these to these questions about him. What is the suspect's name? What is he doing at Beechwood Manor? What makes him a suspect? After you've reviewed your notes, keep reading to see what happens next. Songwriter shade. Love that. Love the industry. Come running back. Velma's pose is me when I didn't want to use a public bathroom and I really gotta go. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. You do the hover, and then you flush. To this day, my mom taught me to flush with my foot, so that I don't touch the flusher, and I still do that. I mean, Elvis really did kind of steal a lot of his stuff, so... Clark Bedford. He was a childhood friend. Whoops. Childhood friend of dead guy. And is working on self-guided tour. Friend. Friend is a very loose term. Anyway, that's... I do that too. A little challenging when I wear my 6-inch heels. 6-inch heel goth girl boots. But I don't want to touch it. Oh yeah, I will do it no matter what shoes I'm wearing. Should use toilet paper on the flusher instead of using your foot. Makes it grimier for other people. True, that is true. Yeah. Motive. Uh, Dead guy was a bad friend. It should always be in quotes. And stole his song. Okay. Yeah. Elvis got a lot of credit for covering songs that other artists, mostly black artists, pioneered. So I feel like this is very intentional shade, you know? Clue Keeper entry 3. Mr. Gramercy came running back into the living room. What's that noise? He asked. It's Charlie, a woman exclaimed as she also ran into the room. She was dressed in a long sundress. She wore a pair of headphones around her neck and nothing on her feet. Just as quickly as the singing started, it stopped. That's how you know she's Southern girl, born and raised. If she's not afraid to walk around barefoot. Not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that's what we do here. Red herring motive because I keep saying that. Maybe Scott. Yeah. Noah was my first crush at around 7, 8. Aww. Aww. He also dated a 14-year-old when he was like old. Yeah, when he was like in his 20s, he met his wife who was 14. That's a whole other part of Elvis's history that I thought everybody knew about, but apparently only found out when the Elvis biopic came out. And people started talking about him again. Now that's odd, Velma said. Mr. Gramercy, does the museum have some kind of internal sound system? Yes, replied Mr. Gramercy, but it hasn't been hooked up yet. That's why I called you. You mean really was the ghost of Charlie Bethune? Shaggy whimpered. I wouldn't be surprised, the woman said. This is Rachel Flowers, Mr. Gramercy said. As president of Charlie Bethune Fan Club, she's got the largest private collection of Charlie's memorabilia. I invited her to look around the museum to see if we're missing anything important that she might be willing to donate from her collection. Suspect eyes. Like, I think she's missing something important, all right, Shaggy whispered to Scooby. Her shoes. He and Scooby giggled. I never wear shoes, Rachel said, overhearing Shaggy's remark. Not since I heard a recording of Charlie's hit, These Feet Must Breathe. Oh, we're getting into foot territory. Ms. Flowers, why don't we start downstairs in the malt shop, Mr. Gramercy asked. Like, did you say there's a malt shop downstairs? Asked Shaggy. It's not really a malt shop, Mr. Gramercy explained. Charlie decorated part of his rec room down there to look like a malt shop. That's good enough for us, right, Scoob? Shaggy said. Are there malt shakes in the malt shop? Because that would be good. I used to be barefoot constantly as a kid. I think it's a rural thing in general. Yeah, I think it's a rural thing in general too. I took out one of my dogs tonight before I to let him go outside before I got on stream tonight, and I was just straight up barefoot and it was raining and I was just like, I look like a hillbilly, but you know what? It's whatever. We do the same thing as Midwestern girl. I grew up on like 100 acres of forest and still hated wearing shoes. Oh, that's cool. Perry. Why, Perry? Hi. You gonna sit here? Wanna say hi? My dad had a crush on Velma. Then I had a crush on Velma because of Linda Cardellini. Very, very respectable childhood crush on a fictional character. Many a splinter and pebble was dug out of tiny Chelsea's footsies. Oh, yeah. No, it's not advisable to go around not wearing shoes, but it is what I have always done. If you see the curtain moving, that's entirely Perry. Right, barked Scooby in agreement. We all followed Mr. Gramercy through the doorway and down a flight of stairs to the rec room. Raggy, Rook! Scooby cried. Shaggy turned around and saw that one side of the room was indeed set up like a malt shop, complete with marble counter and round stools. A row of fancy, colorful capes covered part of the opposite wall. That reminds me of being in my Webkins days and making like an indoor, like mid-century restaurant for my Webkins. These are all the capes Charlie used to wear during his concerts, Rachel said. Then she walked over to the back wall of the rec room and stared at it. The wall was covered with black curtain. All of Charlie Bethune's gold records were hanging from the ceiling in front of the curtain. But Rachel wasn't looking at those. She was looking at a clear plastic cube that was hanging from the ceiling. A solid gold musical note seemed to float inside the cube. It's Charlie's Lifetime Music Award from the Rock and Roll Academy, Rachel said. It's so beautiful, it would fit perfectly with my Charlie Bethune collection at home. What I wouldn't give to get my hands on that. Yes, but it's too bad you can't, Mr. Gramercy said. Look but don't touch, lady. Rachel Flowers spun around with a smile on her face. Of course not, she said. This is a truly beautiful place, Mr. Gramercy, but the thought of hundreds of strangers trampling through Charlie's house is too much to bear. I'm afraid I can't give you anything from my collection. With that, Rachel Flowers abruptly left the room. I can't believe that every person we've met so far doesn't want the Charlie Bethune Museum to open, I stated. Yeah, it almost makes you want to ask Charlie Bethune himself if he would mind, Daphne added. I say this all the time. Do you think people, like, if famous people could come back and see people walking around in their house that they used to live in, wouldn't they be weirded out? I'd be a little weirded out. Hey, Crazy Hannah Creations. I never fed my Webkins frog years later. Finally went to the website. No. Shoes are for the city slickers. You know, y'all know there's these things called shoes. We know. It's a growing up in the sticks thing, I think. I thought it was a myth that you could kill the Webkins. I didn't think that was actually a thing. They're shorter than the typical books we read. They're only about 60 pages a piece. So we could either do a short stream or read 2 of them. And we haven't read any in a while, so I figured we might as well take the chance to catch up. Since it's almost midnight, though, I'm trying to get through this one before it's unreasonably late. Oh, look, the ghost! Suddenly, the lights went out and the voice of Charlie Bethune singing filled the rec room. Daphne, you've got to stop bringing Charlie Bethune back to life, Shaggy whined. It's not really Charlie Bethune, Velma said. It's just his voice. No, not this time, Shaggy cried. It's Charlie Bethune, Daphne exclaimed. A weird white light suddenly shone around the ghost. No, it's Charlie Bethune's ghost, I said. I'd love to see how somebody's costuming themselves to look like this dude. The ghost looked right at us and sang different words to the tune of one of Charlie's most popular songs. I'll sing this once, so listen tight and make sure that I'm understood. I'll haunt this place from day to night until you leave my home for good. Shaggy and Scooby's mystery-solving tips. Man, too bad the last suspect left before we could enjoy an ice cream sundae at Charlie's little malt shop. Did you see the suspect eyes on page 20? Great. While you take out the clue keeper and answer these questions, Scoob and I will try to find another snack. What is the suspect's name? What is she doing at Charlie Bethune's house? What does she want that makes her a suspect? When you're done, read on to see what happened to us. All right, we're already like halfway done with this book. That's why I decided to read too. Because on all the other streams, I kept getting to the end and being like, I wish I had more book to read now. Oh, look, a ghost. I mean, you know, ghost. They don't die, they just get sick. Yeah, you can't kill Webkins. Reading a Scooby Doo at midnight when the ghost showed up. Awesome. It was good timing. The ghost showed up right at midnight. Webkins used to just get sick, but now I think they just delete super inactive accounts and the pets go to the adoption center. Oh, that's sad. That's Neopets. There's no adoption center for Webkins. I know that there's a free version of Webkins. You can, like, get a free Webkins if you don't want to, like, pay, but, like, it's a limited account. Alright, Suspect 3 is named Rachel Flowers because she's a hippie who loved off-brand Elvis. Because of course she was. She's there as a consultant since she owns the most merch in her dead guy collection. Oh, that sounds like she's collecting dead guys. You know what I mean. Oh, and by the way, I totally suspect this lady. I'm a collector, and not like I would fake haunt anybody to get my hands on, like, a really good thing for my, like, whether it be Nancy Drew collectibles or Goosebumps, but, like, collectors are serious. Collectors will do a lot to get their hands on stuff that are great for their collection. Motive. She wants his award, his off-brand Grammy for her great big collection. The Great Big Book of Everything. Who remembers that? I switched to a premium. Your most recent Webkins purchase. No matter how many of them you had bought that year. Yeah. In 2018, it's a thing. Yeah, they have an adoption center now. Webkins aren't like those Tamagotchi things, are they? No, you can't kill them. Or let them die. Doing good. Doing some drawing while listening to this. Nice! What you drawing? Webkins were just like little stuffed animals that you would buy and then you could register them on the website and then you'd have like an avatar of them and you could like take care of them and they would live in the little town and have a house and all that stuff. It was like the idea was give kids a reason to play with their stuffed animals on and offline. It was very popular for a second. Yeah, the free accounts had huge limitations on the website. I logged on just for the meme when I was hanging out with my cousin a little while ago, and we were just like, what is this? Just messing around with the free account. They switched to a premium model later. Free accounts available, though they have huge... Yeah. Back into Webkins. My PC is kind of dying. Stanley! I used to love Stanley, too. I'm drawing characters from the Disney Park Epcot. Nice! Tribute piece to Epcot's 40th anniversary. that I was late on finishing. Nice. I hope that means, I assume that means, Figment is there as the unofficial mascot. Beanie Babies. Oh yeah, I had some Beanie Babies. My mom was into Care Bears. Alright, let's see. Alright. Clue Keeper entry 4. I want a sip of my drink. Hang on. Okay, carrying on. The ghost let out one of Charlie Bethune's signature yodels. He waved a large black cloak in front of him and seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lights came back on. Jinkies, Velma exclaimed. I don't know if I'll ever be able to listen to Charlie Bethune's song again. Well, gang, it looks like we've got a genuine mystery on our hands, I said. Make that a double mystery, Mr. Gramercy added. What do you mean, I asked. Not only is there a ghost in this house, Mr. Gramercy said, but now Charlie's Lifetime Achievement Award is missing. Oh, no. I guess it's not a Grammy. It's a Lifetime Achievement. We looked and saw that the plastic cube hanging from the ceiling was empty. Do you think the ghost stole it? Wondered Mr. Gramercy. Why would a ghost steal his own award? Velma asked. That doesn't make sense. Right now, the only thing that does make sense is looking for clues, I said. I'll go upstairs and try to find Rachel Flowers or Clark Bedford, Mr. Gramercy said. Maybe they saw or heard something that could help you. We walked over to the black curtain on the far side of the room. Daphne and I carefully pulled the curtain away from the wall. I reached out and felt along the wall. I found some light switches, I said. That's probably how the ghosts turn the lights off and on. I noticed a sliver of light coming from the wall. I think there's some kind of hidden door back here, too, I added. I pushed the wall and a door slid open. The light immediately got brighter. I looked down and saw a flashlight on the ground. What's that, Fred? Daphne asked, pointing to something on the floor next to the flashlight. I picked up a small, round piece of black foam. It had a round indentation in the middle, like something was inside of it and had fallen out. Wait. Round piece of black foam. Round indentation. Interesting. Daphne looked at the piece and murmured, How interesting. I have a hunch it's only the beginning, Velma said. Oh, it's like a little disc. Okay. Fred's mystery-solving tips. Well, you saw the flashlight on page 31, right? Like Daphne said, it's an interesting one. So now take out your clue keeper and answer these questions about it. It's going to take some extra thought to figure it out, but I know you'll get it. What's the clue? Where do you remember seeing something like that before? Which of the suspects could be connected to the clue? After you've checked over your notes, keep reading to see what we found next. I genuinely don't know what that's supposed to be, though. Wait, I'm so confused. It's really sweet. Was kitchen cabaret also got Figment's in the drawing as well as Dreamfinder. Yay! I'm planning to finish it for Figment's Attractions anniversary. Oh, I love that. I used to love Figment. I haven't been on Figment's Attraction in quite some time, but I do love Figment. Never really. The fun idea I have is the 5 characters I've picked and are well known, spilling out Epcot for a cool anniversary that I had for a while. That's really cool. Do you live near or do you go to the parks quite often? Don't want to ask anybody where they live and encourage doxing themselves, but I take it you're a big Epcot fan. Only Bonnie Appetit with a little food wrap. Food rocks, nice. Oh, that's sweet. I love the idea of incorporating the characters into the letters. That's really cool. Yeah, I love that. All right, this clue, the other clues were so on the nose, and now I'm like, I have to think about this one. They also never take the clues with them, which I feel like is a bad idea. Well, I guess sometimes they do, but... Oh yeah, she picked it up. A small round piece of black foam. It had a round indentation in the middle. Inside of it. Is that where the... Oh, it's probably the little thing off of the headphones. Okay. That's actually a pretty clever clue. I want to go to Walt Disney World so bad, but I cannot afford it. I haven't been in years, and probably won't go for a while, because it is ridiculously expensive. I'm hoping that now that, Bob Chapek is fired, they seem to be making positioning themselves to get away from all the stuff that people hated about Bob Chapek's reign. Most of the big thing was Bob Chapek kind of nickel and diming everything about Disney, especially Disney World. And they also fired I think they also fired the head of the park director or whatever. So maybe things will get better. I really just want, if nothing else, somewhat of the old FastPass system to come back. Boom. Disc. Thingy. I think it's from the headphones. The quote-unquote friend was wearing. What was the third question? Oh, well, I kind of answered both. He's probably the one who left it. Hopefully things get fixed with the new management. Yeah, I would hope so. Have some Disney magic back in the parks. The old FastPass system too. The whole idea on Genie Plus was crazy. The whole idea of Genie Plus app, I've never had to use it because I haven't been back in years, but I have heard people talk about it, and it sounds horrible. The original FastPass system was just so straightforward. You went to the little machine outside the thing you wanted to go to, you printed out, you got your little FastPass, you put your pass in, you get the FastPass and your pass back, and you come back at the right time and you get to skip the line. It just worked. And now they're just like, pick your top 3 favorite, and then do a bunch of rocket science, pick your top 3, and then turn around in a circle with your eyes closed and throw some darts at the wall, and then maybe you'll get to go to your place. Oof, yeah. Oh, Tower of Terror. Oh, you're going in 2024. Nice. I love Tower of Terror. It's one of my favorite rides. I'm praying that they don't replace it. like they did in Anaheim. I believe Cassidy is just using it as an arrow to point up to the comment above that they agree with. It's my favorite part of my Disneyland trip when I was 8 years old. Please do it again. Thank you. Yes. It's such a good... And if you love Tower of Terror, there's so... Why am I so stuttery today? I have no idea what's happening. Worse than usual. If you love Tower of Terror or Twilight Zone, then Tower of Terror has so many, like, Easter eggs in there. Like, it's so fun. It's what started my love of Twilight Zone as a kid. Haunted Mansion ride once in my life. Haunted Mansion ride is so... Yeah, it's classic. I keep saying we need to do a stream where we curate and watch some of those videos, like the POV rides, and it's just like a day at Disney World together. I think that would be a fun stream. Obviously, giving credit to all the people who took the videos, but since they also don't own the rides, I think it's fair game to view their stuff. Gotta watch the old vacation planning videos from the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, see, the stream should start with us watching, like, a planning video, and then, like, watching all the stuff from that park. Mansion is great. I'm also a big fan of Pirates of the Caribbean. Classic. Made my ex go on it with me, like, 4 times when we were together. Aww. After you read your notes, keep reading to see what we found next. Okay, Clue Keeper entry 5. If we're going to solve the mystery soon, I said, we'd better split up. Shaggy, Scooby, and I will look around here for more clues, Velma said. And Daphne and I will see where the secret passage leads, I said. Let's all meet back in the main room as soon as we can. We left Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby standing in the middle of the rec room. Later that day, they told Daphne and me all that happened while we were gone. Do you two remember noticing anything unusual when you came down here before? Velma asked Shaggy and Scooby. Like, only that all of the ice cream was missing from the malt shop, Shaggy replied. Speaking of ice cream, Scooby and I are getting pretty hungry. How about we try and solve that mystery first? Very funny, Shaggy, Velma said. Now keep your eyes open for any other clues. There's no telling what we'll find. Velma stood in front of the empty plastic cube and examined it from all sides. Shaggy saw that Velma was studying the cube very carefully. She wasn't paying any attention to them. He motioned for Scooby to follow him over to the stairs. Ruh? Said Scooby. Ruh asked Scooby. I'm sorry, he asked. He didn't say. He did not assert. He asked a question. Shaggy put his finger to his lips. Shh. He walked quietly up the stairs, where Scooby followed. At the top, Shaggy turned right and led Scooby through a swinging door. Ta-da! Shaggy announced. They were standing in the kitchen. I noticed it on our way downstairs, Shaggy said. Now let's grab a quick snack before Velma notices we're gone. Okay, said Scooby happily. Shaggy, I mean, they kind of deserve it. They've been put in a lot of dangerous situations. Shaggy opened the refrigerator. Empty. Shaggy gasped in disbelief. He and Scooby opened all the cabinets. They were all empty, too. Man, like, what kind of kitchen is this? He asked. A museum kitchen, remember? A voice said. Rikes, cried Scooby, bumping into Shaggy and pushing him into one of the open cabinets. Clark Bedford walked into the kitchen and helped Shaggy out of the cabinet. Sorry about that, Clark said. I didn't mean to startle you. Anyway, this room's not even part of the tour. Shaggy? Scooby Doo? Where are you? Velma called from downstairs. Uh-oh, Shaggy said. We'd better get back downstairs. Scooby. See ya, Mr. Bedford. Do me a favor and keep your eyes open for my keys, Clark called after them. Oh, it's Chekhov's keys. If I don't find them, I won't be able to start my car to get out into my house, or get into my house. Sure thing, said Shaggy. Sure thing, Shaggy called back as he and Scooby raced down the stairs. On their way down, Scooby lost his footing and tripped. He bumped into Shaggy, who fell against the wall. Suddenly, everything went dark. Hey, what's going on? Shaggy cried. Who turned out the lights? Velma called from inside the rec room. Velma, are you there? Shaggy asked at the bottom of the stairs. I'm over here, Velma said, and I think I just found something. While you guys were messing around, I was working, thank you. Shaggy and Scooby followed her voice across the room. The only light seemed to come from a spot on the floor. It looks like the ghost forgot to wipe his feet when he came in from Spooky City, Shaggy said. The ghost must have left this glowing shoe print without realizing it, Velma said. The only reason we didn't see it before is because the lights were on, see? Velma turned the lights back on using the switch behind the curtain. When she looked at the floor, the print was gone. Let's go back upstairs to the jungle room to wait for Fred and Daphne, Velma said. This shoe print brings us one step closer to solving that mystery. Velma's mystery-solving tips. That's an important flashlight that we found on page 37. While you're thinking about it, take out your clue keeper and get ready to make some notes about it. What is the clue? What do you think it has to do with the mystery? Which of the suspects do you think could be connected to this clue? Oh, it's not going to be what's-her-name because she doesn't wear shoes. Okay. Oh, I missed things in chat. Hang on. I used to play the game Second Life with my ex. Someone recreated a bunch of Disney rides on there and also the parade. Oh, nice. Would be fun to watch old commercials from that time. Pirates of the Caribbean is one of my favorites too, but Haunted Mansion is probably my #1 favorite. I think it'd be fun to do a little bit of a virtual, like, all right, family, let's go, friends, let's all virtually have a trip to Disney World. I think that would be cute. Source Pete Droid. Oh, nice. Shaggy and Scooby took the ice cream. Yeah, it's gone because they ate it all. It's really sweet. Nice to see fans come together. Like something nice for... Yeah, it's great. Fans. We still need to read Kingdom Keepers, by the way. My ex was super rich and had been many times. I've been fortunate enough to go to Disney several times in my life. I haven't been in like 5 years, but I have gotten to go several times throughout my life. Oh yeah, leave it to the fandom to stay really true to detail. Need electronics. Oh, that's funny. We could even like watch some tours of rides that don't exist anymore, since you know, nostalgic, obscure, strange. It's all our thing. Oh, trauma! How fun! Oh no. Kingdom Keepers books. Inspiration, my park characters. Yes, I love Kingdom Keepers, and we need to read them on stream very, very badly. Wouldn't be the same without the unbearable heat and the overpriced but delicious snacks. Oh, of course, that's part of the charm. Playing the Universal Studios Simulator game for the GameCube. Oh, I knew that existed, but I forgot. I should look into that. I think I have a GameCube emulator. keep him around. Mom, can we virtually go to Disney World, please? We can. We still need to do game show night. We have so many things we need to do. So many books to read, just so many things. First ever experience with Doctor Who. Aw. Such a weird episode to be introduced. What was my first episode? I think my first episode was just the first New Who, because I tend to start things at the beginning. Justice for Jaws. Oh, you sent me all the Disney Park specials. That's amazing of you. I used to love the Disney Park special. Oh yeah, I saw them on, I saw those. I saw that you sent those on Instagram. I love the old specials. We need to do, the Muppet special too soon. The Muppet Disney special. Old Disney attractions, you say? Kingdom Keepers would be fun. I love the idea of the Disney characters being real in the parks. Yeah, it was always so fun. Have all come alive at night. And then they have to fight the It's a Small World guys. Kid me was like, I knew those things were evil. Can do a stream on all of them. I'll probably do some videos on some of them at least. Also have characters from Universal Parks. Oh, nice. I'm such a nerd. I was hyper fixated on anything to do with any theme park as a kid. Scared of the Weeping Angels in Blink? Yes. I cried on It's a Small World as a child. It's just so, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, this was cute in the 60s, but it's just unsettling and a little racist now. Getting Small World flashbacks. You have to remind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to remind you. Told my ex we can do anything you want to do, but not ride It's a Small World. The last time I was there, I just remember laughing and saying, look at all of the people on It's a Small World. Like when they get on It's a Small World, they're like, we're gonna go on It's a Small World, and then they come back and their faces are just like shocked. They're just like, let us off, please. Did get to go to Six Flags in Jersey once. It was Jersey though. Everything is legal in New Jersey. We have a Six Flags here in Georgia. It's pretty fun. It's no like Disney World, but it's pretty fun. Avatar: The Last Airbender Sims update. Zuko and Sokka are flirting. Katara and Aang are sticking to canon. Oh, that's great. Toph has been flirting. I love Toph. Toph is my favorite. It's just so long. It's so long, and the music makes it seem longer. Hey, Josh! Pee-wee is a national treasure also. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Kingdom Keeper's book was just, oh, look. It's funny how the author, Ridley Pearson, told a story on how he saw the doll movie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great. Do you still have the Tweety Bird yo-yo I got? That's great. See, when I watched the live-action movie with Travis, we thought, because everything else is messed up in that movie, we thought they were just mispronouncing everything. And then it was like, no, that's actually technically the right way to pronounce it, but you wouldn't know because everything else is so, like, haphazardly thrown together and bad. And so now I'm like, I naturally, after watching Avatar, I pronounce his name Aang, because that's how they say it in the show, but I know it's supposed to be Ong, but I don't know. The only place that says it correctly is, weirdly enough, the M. Night Shyamalan movie that is horrible and everybody hates it. Pee-wee's Christmas should be added to... Pee-wee's Christmas was gonna be added to this Christmas list, and then I ran out of time for, like, all the things. I mean, I still got videos out this year, but, like, I had so many more I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, Shrek lampooning Small World is just, mwah, beautiful. It's really long, and the music... is all high-pitched and repetitive, and the puppets are dancing all creepy, and I just don't like it. Yeah, no, it's not great. It's also worth noting that they've got some puppets that play into some semi-harmful stereotypes of some nations and make people uncomfortable for that whole reason, so... There's just not a whole lot to like about It's a Small World. It was made in earnest in the 60s, but now looking at it in our 2023 goggles, we're just like, oh. I love the Duck Turtles. I do have a bit of a soft spot for It's a Small World within the history, and the look is adorable. I mean, yeah, I'm sure, like, that's valid to be like, I like It's a Small World, but I don't know. I always just thought it was my puppet fear that made me particularly adverse to it. Kid they depicted. Oh, see, I've never been on the Pinocchio ride because I'm pretty sure that either didn't ever exist in Disney Land or Disney World or just was replaced by the time I went for the first time. Jingle All the Way, More Beyond Belief, Mixed Nuts for July. Yeah, I felt sorry, Paulo. I felt so bad that I couldn't get to Jingle All the Way. I tried so hard, man. This month has been a lot. Alright, let's see. What is the clue? That's an important... Oh, I already read that. What is the clue? What do you think it has to do with a mystery? Which of the suspects do you think could be connected to this clue? If you've jotted down your thoughts, read on to see the next clue that we found. Okay. Clue 2. Not Blue's Clues, but Clue 2. Glowing... footprint... must be fake. I don't know why they keep giving us proof that it's a fake ghost, because at this point, it's very clear that they're never going to give us a real ghost in this particular series. Because ghosts don't leave footprints. I feel like in the right, like, folk song, Ghosts Don't Leave Footprints could be like a baller line. Fangirl. Couldn't be guilty. She hates shoes. What a line that I never thought I'd write. Alright. Almost at the end. Just more content for the future. Thanks, Paolo. I mean, we did, like, I can't complain that much. We definitely, it's not like we went on hiatus in December. We definitely, like, kept to our posting schedule and got content out and got some really good videos that I like out. But, oh man, there were more things that I wanted to cover. But I'm very happy with the videos that we did. Blue's Clues and Scooby Doo crossover. It's right there, guys. I still have faith that it could happen. The children's eye look of colors reminds one of a children's book. That's true. I do like the colorfulness of It's a Small World. That is something. I always try to find something good to say about every piece of content that we have. I do really love the color scheme. It's very bright and happy. Little Shop of Horrors 80s remake? If that's a suggestion, I've already done that video. They have to prove it's fake because the pterodactyl happened. Yeah, that's true, Ellery. Yeah, the original Little Shop of Horrors is a remake of a 60s movie. Well, it's an adaptation of the play by Howard Ashman, who adapted it from the 60s movie. The live pterodactyl merch idea. I love it. Only know the 80s one. Well, I did a video on the 80s version. I've never seen the 60s version all the way through, but I know about it and I've seen clips because of finding out about it on Dream Sounds. Shout out. Love Dream Sounds. So pretty. Snow White was terrifying. I was so scared of that ride as a little kid. It was a movie in the 60s, then it was a musical in the 80s, and then later in the 80s, it was a movie musical. Yes. Oh no, Darfield Owl. Musical, it was a very dark comedy. Yes. I mean, the musical is also a very dark comedy too, but it has music. Yesterworld's video on Snow White attraction. It's far worse. Yes, I love Yesterworld. Have you seen, I think it's also Yesterworld, or was it Defunct Land? I can never really remember. Who did the video on the dungeon exhibit that was underneath Cinderella's castle in the Japanese, in Disneyland Tokyo. That was a very interesting video. The pterodactyl merch should just be a t-shirt that says the pterodactyl happens. Yes. Somewhere That's Green reprise upsets me deeply. Same. I saw the video. The Cinderella Dungeons tour looked really awesome. It looked fun. Castle Mystery Tour. I love that video. It was such a cool attraction concept. It was. It was really unique. We never had anything like that stateside. With no context for anyone who's not part of the chat for the stream element. Oh, a lot of the merch is gonna be very inside joke, which is good, right? Because the only people who would buy merch are people who want to support the channel anyway. Okay, almost done. What time is it? Is it almost 1 o'clock? It's getting there. Try to be done by 1. Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby. This is Clue Keeper entry 6. Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby walked back upstairs to the jungle-themed living room. They found Hal Washington sitting in an easy chair. That was the neighbor, right? This was always my favorite chair, he said with a smile. Whenever I came in to water the plants, I'd sit here for a few minutes just before I left. What are you doing here now? Mr. Washington asked Velma. I came over to return some things of Charlie's that I found in my house, he replied. You know, things he let me borrow a long time ago. Did he just die? Did this guy just die? Speaking ill of the guy who just died? He showed us a shopping bag filled with assorted kitchen gadgets, tools, and even an umbrella. Make sure Gramercy gets these, okay? He asked as he stood up. I don't want anything more to do with that Charlie Bethune, that ingrate. Just then, Lowell Gramercy walked into the living room. No sign of Clark or Ms. Flowers, he said. And what can I do for you, Mr. Washington? He's just returning some of Charlie's things, Velma said. She pointed to the shopping bag. Splendid, Lowell said, taking the bag. More Charlie Bethune memorabilia for the museum. We've turned one of the bedrooms upstairs into the main display room. Don't worry about me, Hal said. I'll let myself out the back door. As Hal left the living room, Velma noticed a giant hippo-shaped cabinet in the corner. She walked over and opened the hippo's mouth. Man, look at this, Scooby. Wait, man, look at this, Scoobs. Shaggy exclaimed, joining Velma. It's an old stereo system with a cassette player and everything. I wonder if it still works. In a hippopotamus mouth. Careful, Velma warned. That's all right, Mr. Gramercy said. They can try it. Shaggy noticed some Charlie Bethune tapes stacked up behind the stereo. He took out the top tape and put it in the cassette player. The music started, and Charlie Bethune's voice filled the room. I'm looking for the reason that I can't seem to be pleasing you, sang Charlie Bethune on the record. But if you'll give me the chance, I'll water all your plants by noon, Shaggy sang along. He and Scooby started dancing around the living room, singing along to Charlie's record. As Scooby spun around, he noticed the giraffe-shaped grandfather clock starting to move. Raggy, he said, that's like as bad as the Cheetah Girls lyrics in the book. Sorry. Like, what is it, Scoob? Replied Shaggy. Rook, Scooby said, pointing to the grandfather clock as it moved. Zoinks, exclaimed Shaggy. I don't care what kind of animal it's supposed to be. Grandfather clocks aren't supposed to move. He and Scooby dived behind the leopard sofa. I don't like how much potentially, like, animal skins type stuff this dude had. Granny Witch's Coven hoodie. I'm also working on a nice Weirdos design that can go on pretty much most pieces of merch, so there can be variety that says Nice Weirdos, but it looks like the Muppets logo, and Perry's shadow is where Kermit's shadow usually is. Velma and Lowell Gramercy gasped as Daphne and I came out from behind the grandfather clock. Fred, Daphne, am I glad to see you, Velma said. Shaggy and Scooby peered out from behind the sofa. It's only you, Shaggy sighed in relief. Man, you scared the rock and roll right out of us. Is this where the secret passage leads? The passage seems to go all over the house, only we couldn't find any other doorways. Daphne explained. We only found this one when we heard some Charlie Bethune music coming from here. And that's not all we found, I said. We found a can of glow-in-the-dark paint that the ghost must have used to make himself glow, but that's not nearly as interesting as this. I showed Velma... They had too many ideas for clues for this one. I showed Velma, Lowell a key... I showed Velma and Lowell, sorry guys, a key ring that was found in the hidden passage. That looks like a house key. Yep, it's the guy, it's the friend, it's the childhood friend, Lowell said. And what's the other thing? A musical note with the initials CB on it, Daphne said. Judging by this clue, I'd say our singing ghost has given his final performance. Velma said. You're right, Velma, I agreed. Gang, it's time to set a trap. I bet my last Scooby snack that it was that. Oh, so Clark Bedford, the suspect that I'm pretty sure did it, and Charlie Bethune both have the same initials. Interesting. Well, we found our third flashlight clue on page 45. Take your clue keeper and answer these questions about it. What is the clue? Which of the suspects could have left this clue? How do you think it fits into the mystery? Now that you've finished taking notes for now, read the next entry and see how we tried to catch the singing ghost. Oh, chat's moving fast tonight. "100% genuine pterodactyl." I love that. "Summer That's Green" is a tragic song, and it's just like doesn't it sound like a prototype for Part of Your World, like when you listen to it? Best thing you can imagine is a house full of plastic kitsch. She acts as a dutiful housewife. Yeah, because it's like the time. It's part of like, you know, when she's living in the 50s, and mostly she's just living on Skid Row, where like she has to like work really hard just to get by. So like this like comfy like cushy plastic suburbia is like the dream, because back in the 50s it was kind of pitched as the American dream. And like we know it's not now, but I'm reading a little bit back in chat. Sorry. He's moving out of the flower. Oof, that's an image in regards to the 60s version ending. I would 100% buy Granny Coven band tees as well. So I really want to make Granny Coven. We can make band tees for sure. I also want to make like just a hoodie that says like Granny Coven member established with like the year, probably the year that the episode aired from that episode of Beyond Belief. I don't know how to design it though. I know I want like the pentagram in the middle, and like the candles, but I don't know how to make it. I also want to make it look granny-fied, and I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Take my money for that also. Wait, from what? Oh yeah, the slur that isn't a slur, but they wanted to write a slur, but they wrote that like pseudo slur instead from Cheetah Girls. Yeah. That's a tragedy of her character. She's given so little in life. She can't imagine having anything more than that. I know. And I love her. She deserves so much better. I thought the director's cut was director's cut everything. Yeah, the 80s ending is much darker than people know. Test audiences didn't like it. I'm still reading about Little Shop. Glitter Dome, the song. Giraffe grandfather clock sounds cool. It really does, as long as it's not made out of a real giraffe. The original ending a lot. I liked it a lot, but the don't feed the plants. It did go on for like a minute and a half too long at least. Mentions of secret passages always make me want to rewatch Clue. Me too. I love Clue. Man, I love that movie. I'll probably do a video. I've wanted to do a video forever, and I'll probably do a video where I show it to Natasha for the first time because she's never seen it, which is surprising to me because Clue is very much Natasha's vibe. I have it basically memorized, yeah. I love Clue. Clue is so fun. Especially if you love Tim Curry. I just love that Tim Curry gets to just run around and be very Tim Curry-esque in that one. I wish we could stream Clue too. We definitely couldn't because of copyright, but I can do a video. I can absolutely do a video. There is a fashion high school in New York. That's not surprising. Yeah, the puppeteers that brought Audrey to life, phenomenal. That's one of the times that I was like, oh, I fully like appreciate, not that I've never appreciated puppeteer work, but like getting over my puppeteering fear and being able to see it as like the cool art form that it is. I really do like credit that as like, I was like, whoa, that is amazing that they did that. I've also considered doing these little shorts where it's like 60 seconds of like watching a movie with me or like 60 seconds of editing with me or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that would be super boring and lame, but I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how to use the shorts feature for my particular channel. Clue 3. Keys. Belonging to the friend who got his song stolen. He probably dropped it while he was using the passageways. Running amok. I think that's how you spell amok. In the passages, which he would know about because he grew up playing there. Wait, pass. Oh my god. I had this moment where like I could not form the word passages in my brain. It was interesting. Like all the letters, like I couldn't line them up the right way in my brain, if that makes any sense. Have granny hairdos at the top of the pentagram. That's a great idea. Copyright ruins are fun. Yeah, it does. I think it should be fair game because we're still giving commentary over it, but I'm obviously biased because I want to watch Clue live. But, you know, this is still mainly a edited video channel, so there's always that option. Yeah, Frank Oz is truly talented. We stream in a group with friends. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Or sweet-looking granny faces. And we should probably have maybe like a little knit pattern going like behind it. Maybe. A new pet peeve I just learned about myself. Fanfic for a fandom built around 18 plus source material, where the fic author censors the word fuck. It has implications wait, of underage fic author. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get really concerned when I see like when I scroll past that like 18 plus warning thing. I'm just like, please tell me that the person making this is over the age of 18, because if not, I feel concerned. I know I'm an overprotective mom friend, but you know, and be knitted on in the most granny way. Yes. And Alice in Wonderland is great. Oh wait. 19 I'm pretty isn't that the one with is that the one with Gene Wilder, cuz I did a video on that. I really don't know like when people can't use paragraph breaks or indentations. You did. It is Avery. Okay, cool. One of my favorite Gene Wilder roles. He's so great in that. I click a fic, I see wall of text without breaks, I click away. It just, yeah. Young Frankenstein will forever be my favorite. That is so classic. It also happens to be my favorite Mel Brooks piece. Alright, let's finish this book. It's almost 1 o'clock. Happy almost 1, everybody. Clue Keeper entry 7. If we're going to catch the ghost, we need to give him a reason to come out again, I said. Couldn't we just act like we're going to open the museum as scheduled, suggested Mr. Gramercy. If the ghost only cared about the museum, it never would have taken Charlie's Lifetime Achievement Award. Maybe he was trying to make the most important thing in the museum not there, so that it was... make it so that it wasn't there, so that the museum would be harmed by that? Velma's right, I said. So we need to make the ghost believe that there is an even more valuable award here worth taking. And I know just the thing, Velma announced, so she left the room. I have never talked to my doctor about, like... I've never, like, dyslexia. Nobody's, like, diagnosed me with dyslexia. But sometimes I swear I just struggle to, like, keep words, like, letters in the order that they're supposed to go in my brain. And then I get caught up reading. And, you know, not to self-diagnose or anything, but I probably should talk to somebody about that. Particularly bad today. So here's the plan, I began. Shaggy and Scooby, you'll be hiding downstairs behind the malt shop counter. I'll be hiding on the other side of the room. When the ghost shows up to steal the new award, it's up to you to distract him. I'll sneak up from behind him and wrap him in one of Charlie's capes. Sounds like a great plan, except for one thing, Shaggy said. What's that, I asked. It's going to be hard for Scooby and me to hide behind the malt shop counter when we'll be hiding in the back of the mystery machine, Shaggy said. You mean you're not going to help us, Scooby? Daphne asked. Ruh-uh, Scooby said, shaking his head. How about if we go to a real malt shop afterwards? Daphne tried. Ro-ray, Scooby said. How about if we give you the flashlight so you can see and then go to a real malt shop afterwards? Daphne offered. Scooby shook his head again. How about if we give you the flashlights go to a real malt shop later and give you a Scooby snack now? She asked. Scooby's ears perked up and his tail started wagging. Okay. Daphne tossed the snack into the air and Scooby gobbled it up. Velma came back into the room carrying a small trophy in the shape of a guitar. Here's something we can use, she said. It's Charlie's music award from junior high school. Perfect, I said. Mr. Gramercy, give us a minute to get into position. Then come downstairs with Velma and Daphne and put the trophy in the plastic cube. Make sure you explain how valuable the award is. Well, if it's a childhood friend, shouldn't he know that it's just from middle school? Or maybe that's why he would want it, because they have history? Sci-Fi Alice was so damn good. actually never seen his version of Robin Hood. I know that's kind of like a cardinal sin. I need to watch Sci-Fi's Alice in Wonderland. Always kind of dislike dark, edgy retellings of Alice in Wonderland. Like the Tim Burton movies, especially. Yeah, they weren't good. The Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland were just bad. Dyslexia, but I have dyscalculia, which is when you mix up numbers. It can cause serious issues mixing up your left and right, which is part of why I can't drive a car. I have terrible issues mixing up left and right. And my dad's like, oh yeah, that happens to me all the time. And I'm like, we both need to talk to somebody about that. Over 18, and they're writing fanfic, novel, but cannot write fic with levels of foul language of source novel without writing fucking is fucking. I'm like, why? Yeah. Then it's just like, what? We're already in the over 18 world. Who are you censoring this for? We're men. We're men in tights. I do get the reference in Shrek. Shrek 2? It's in the first Shrek, right? Tim Burton's Alice through Looking Glass to repulsive of Sheila. She escapes in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot. I have not covered Mouse Hunt yet. Hey, Katie. Yeah, I'm personally thinking of the scene where, like, they're all dancing in the woods and then she, like, kicks the shit out of them. I think that's the first one. I'll look into Mouse Hunt. Let's see. Okay, sorry. I gotta finish it. Sorry. Shaggy, Scooby, and I went downstairs and got into position. A few minutes later, Mr. Gramercy, Velma, Daphne came into the room and walked over to the back wall. It's a shame about the Lifetime Achievement Award, Velma said. I know, but at least we have something even more valuable to replace it, Mr. Gramercy responded. This will bring the fans here in droves. He carefully put the trophy in the plastic cube. Suddenly the lights went out in the rec room and the ghosts appeared. But before the ghosts could do anything, Shaggy and Scooby jumped up from behind the malt shop to the malt shop counter. Hey, Ghost Man, Shaggy called. I ran over to throw one of Charlie's capes over him, but the ghost must have heard me coming. I fell to the floor as he sprang in the direction of Shaggy's voice. I forgot for a second that it was Fred telling the story this time. We haven't read that many of Fred's. Zoinks! Here comes the creepy crooner, Shaggy shouted. As the ghost was about to leap over the counter, a light flashed in his eyes. Scooby had turned on his flashlight. The ghost backed away. We all watched him tangle himself in the black curtain. He struggled so fiercely that the gold records hanging from the curtain started falling to the floor. One of them landed right on the ghost's head, knocking him to the ground. Well, that would knock him out, I think. I ran over and grabbed the ghost while Velma turned on the lights. Mr. Gramercy came over with Daphne. I wonder how they come up with all these names. At last, we've caught the singing ghost, Mr. Gramercy said. Would you like to see who it really is, I asked? And how, Mr. Gramercy answered. He reached over and yanked off the ghost's mask. Back at noodling around, you close the gang's clue keeper and take a deep breath. Wow, you exclaim. I know, that was some mystery, wasn't it? Daphne asks. If you think it's exhausting reading about it, imagine what it was like for us to be experiencing it. Anyway, now that you're done, how about putting your own detective skills to the test? Asked Velma. You nodded your head in reply. Ready. Why don't you start by opening up your clue keeper and reviewing your notes, Fred suggests. But if I'm holding your clue keeper, can't I just... Why did I have to keep my own? Then try to match up your suspects with the clues you found. You're giving me carpal tunnel, Fred. Hi, Perry. Perry. Perry, what? Not why. Why are you just yelling? Hi, Perry. Did you wake yourself up? she woke herself up and now she's grumpy. Then try to match up your suspects with clues you found. It may take some concentration to make all the connections. I already have it figured out. Velma says, but I know you can do it. Once you've solved the mystery, let us know and we'll try to fill in all the blanks for you. What do you think you know? Who was behind the mask? Turn the page to solve the case of the singing ghost. We all think it's a childhood friend, right? Hi, Perry. Come on. Come on, Perry. Come on. Oh, Perry, I have terrible allergies again today. Tim Burton's Alice was literally just a really sanitized ripoff of American McGee's Alice. Alice games as well. That's true. Perry, I can't read the chat if you're sitting right in front of me, honey. Hi. Like how Alice's mother travels with her in the end. Corpse Bride is basically the opposite. Wait. I'm trying to read around Perry. I'm sorry. Hang on. Perry, you're directly in my line of vision. The opposite of Hood. It was good. Yeah. I love Corpse Bride. I only say because walking out of the theater feels like a waste of money. Yeah, you might as well just experience the whole movie. Hi. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Hi. Yes, I see you. Oh, I've cried my eyes out. It's at a lot more movies than I probably should have. I cry at like Publix commercials. My typing skills are pretty. Oh. No, you knocked Bean, Perry. Perry. Come on. Poor Bean. There we go. She knocked the book on the floor too, but the book I don't care about as much as Bean. We already read this book. Perry, come here. We're right at the end, but Perry is chaos. So give me a second. Hi, Perry. Everybody saying hi, Perry. Hello, Perry. Yeah, Corpse Bride is good. I don't really like Tim Burton as a person, and Tim Burton has made a lot of really bad movies, but Corpse Bride is one of his good ones. I will give him that. First Burton, Alice in Wonderland. Interesting concept. Second one didn't make sense. Yeah, I can see the first one being kind of a cult classic, but definitely not the second one. And neither one is particularly close to me. No, Bean! What did you do? Yeah, be sorry. What did you do to Bean? Speaking of Tim Burton, have you seen Wednesday? I haven't yet. I'll probably cover it at some point in time after I've covered all the Addams Family 90s movies and some more of the TV show and maybe even some of the cartoon. I have heard some of the preliminary reviews from people saying like the big thing with that for them is just that like Wednesday not being very close to her parents kind of is antithesis to the whole thing about the Addams Family because like the Addams Family is supposed to be kind of flying in the face of the idea that you have to be like a nuclear family to be like to raise happy kids and they're very close and they are very supportive of each other, all that stuff. But I do need to cover it. I do need to see it for myself. Always kind of looks like it sucks in my opinion. Wait, what looks like it sucks? Oh, I cried so hard at Coco. Sorry, I'm not catching all the chat because it's just going kind of fast. I binged all of Wednesday in one day. It was pretty decent, but the overhype is not deserved in my opinion. Copy. Wednesday looks like it sucks. I need to do more Addams Family content. Addams Family has its own playlist on this channel, and I haven't updated it in a while. I've been doing other things, so. I'm definitely willing to give it a chance, but I will say that as somebody who's a lifelong lover of the Addams Family, the reason why they're so important is because they're so supportive and respectful of each other, and that's kind of the whole point, right? So I feel like anything that doesn't understand that is missing the whole point, if that makes any sense. Because like it's a commentary on how like you don't have to be like I always felt like the Addams Family kind of was a stand-in for its time to be kind of like a slap in the face to like the nuclear family and to stand in for anything that was deviant from that because they were still so happy and supportive and it was a loving happy family and everybody would want to be part of the Addams Family and that's the whole point. Low-key annoyed all the girls who think they're all goth now when they used to beat me up in high school for wearing all black. Oh yeah. Check this, please. Oh, try. Oh, God. We could sit here forever and talk about the people that I see pretending to have always loved the things that they used to bully me for liking. Trust me. Oh, God, Milo. I know what you mean. We need more Tim Curry Gomez. Yes. Wasn't Wednesday always antisocial? No, she was always Wednesday, but like she was always very close with her family, is the thing. Like it's not, I don't think the criticism is that she's antisocial. It's that like she has that kind of like my parents don't understand me thing, and people are like, that's literally not what the Addams family is. Beat me up because she was trying to get expelled. LMAO. What? That's insane. I'm sorry you went through that. Thank you for sharing. Relatable content right there. LMAO. Okay, sorry. I need to read the last chapter of this. I promise. Okay, so the bad guy is Hal Washington, Charlie's neighbor? Huh. That threw me a curveball. Okay. It was Hal Washington, Charlie's neighbor, Daphne announced. Let's start at the beginning and review everything that we learned. Fred suggested Hal Washington, Clark Bedford, and Rachel Flowers each had a reason for not wanting the museum to open, and each also seemed to have a motive for stealing Charlie's Lifetime Achievement Award. The first clue we found confirmed that any of the three suspects could have been the ghost. Velma says it was that small round piece of black foam, remember? It was the kind of foam that comes from a stereo headphone. And each of the suspects you met was wearing a headphone. Oh, damn it, you're right, they were all wearing headphones. For one reason or another. The second clue was the glowing footprint, Daphne says. You mean shoe print, Shaggy interjects, after slurping a long skinny noodle. Right, Shaggy, Daphne agrees. Remember what Rachel Flowers was wearing on her feet when she came in? Nothing. In fact, she made a point of telling us that she never wore shoes, so that clue eliminated her. Which left Clark Bedford and Hal Washington, Fred says, both of whom spent enough time in Charlie's house to become familiar with the secret passages. Clark used to hang out there when he was a kid, Velma clarifies, and Hal would come in when Charlie was away. Which is what made the last clue we found so puzzling at first. The keyring with the CB initials on it first pointed to Clark Bedford. After all, he did tell Shaggy and Scooby he lost his keys, but then we remembered there was one house key on the keyring. Oh! See, this was a good one. They gave good clues. I like this one. And Clark told Shaggy and Scooby he lost all of his keys and that he wouldn't be able to drive his car or get into his house. So that meant the key ring with the single house key and the CB initials didn't belong to Clark Bedford, Daphne says. It belonged to Charlie Bethune. You see, it was the key to his house, Velma declares with a smile. Charlie had given it to the one person he trusted to look after his house whenever he was away. Hal Washington. Hal spent so much time in Charlie's house, he learned his way around the secret passages where the light switches were and everything else he needed to scare us, Daphne says. The glow-in-the-dark paint gave him a creepy look, Fred continues, and there were small lights in the eyes of his mask. He plugged in a mini speaker into his portable tape player to turn himself into the singing ghost of Charlie Bethune. That was one of our toughest mysteries, Daphne says, and we're really glad you had a chance to solve it. Hey, I just remembered something, Fred interrupts. We still owe Scooby that trip to the malt shop. Why don't you come with us? Did someone say malt shop? Asked Shaggy. Hey, Scoob, stop eating those hot fudge sundae noodles. We're going down the street for the ice cream place. Great, Scooby cheers. We'll have 2 banana splits with everything, Shaggy declares, except a singing ghost, that is. Ruby, Ruby, Roo, Shaggy shouts happily. Okay, that's actually the end. We did it. I finished it. What's happening? Let me catch up with chat. Chat's going fast. Thank you guys for having such a great turnout tonight. Uh-oh. Nope, don't. Um, I could make a 5-hour essay about that. About the Addams family and like their whole like um slap in the face to the nuclear family. Yeah. If you're talking about that, then I also could. High school almost expelled me for how much I got bullied. I'll never be over it. What? Like, what? Well, maybe if you change the way they wouldn't pick on you so much. What? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Quote, easier. Girl wanted to go there, so she kept getting in. Oh gosh. Trouble on purpose. Makes my blood boil, Jesus Christ. I thought we called the one. I like that one gave me a twist. Usually they're so easy. They really thought out the clues. Good for them. Small town schools are a different breed. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I don't believe in gatekeeping, but also there's just something very darkly funny about seeing somebody on social media who used to bully you um be like, I'm a total like fan of this now, or you know, they like thought you were too like morbid and weird for being goth. Now they're like, I'm goth now, and it's like, okay. Like, again, not gonna say that you can't be in the club or whatever, but remember when you used to make fun of me for liking all that stuff? My favorite was the girl who used to make fun of me all of the time for liking Jonas Brothers, because I did. You know. And then like I look on social media and she's like, the Happiness Begins tour. She's like, going to the Happiness Begins tour, my childhood dream come true, and I'm like, you liar. I was never beaten up, but I was bullied. The teachers and principals never did it. I was never bullied. Like, I was never beaten up either, but I was definitely like bullied in the way that people were like, oh, all the stuff that Avery's into is dumb, Avery's weird, and then just exclude me from things and that kind of thing. We all have trauma up in this community, I feel seen. Oh, yeah. It's actually been hard for, like, through this channel, I've really had to learn how to, like, assert my opinions on things that I like, because there's still so much, like, fear about, like, somebody being like, you're dumb for liking that. After all this time. But it's gotten better. Bully Billy, my 6th grade teacher, was awful. Oof. Never grew up with the Addams family, but I am familiar for what it is since my introduction to it was in an episode of the new Scooby Doo movies. I need to cover that too. Addams Family and Scooby Doo, two things that I deeply love. One time my bully said something morbid. My teacher kicked them out. Well, if your teacher stood up for you, that's at least good. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't. Coach made me sit and watch. Handed everyone trophies except me. Oof. Sorry, Patrick. I was never exactly right as a kid. Not my fault. Autistic and heavily abused. Naturally, everyone at school reaction was to kick my ass on a daily basis. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you guys for being willing to share your experiences. I stumbled across the 60s show, then watched the films. Yeah, I've been watching the Addams Family for like as long as I can remember. I was brought up on like TV Land back when they actually aired like exclusively old school stuff, and always watch like Addams Family, Munsters, Dick Van Dyke Show, I Love Lucy. Fell in love with all the black and white shows. Hot fudge noodles. I know. I have no idea. Still no meddling kids. No, I think the reason, like I think it was Ellery who said they probably aren't going to do meddling kids because the whole point is to teach kids to ask questions, and they don't want to like be like discouraging by accident, I guess. I think that's why we don't see meddling kids in this series. I think that's a solid theory. I gotta tell you, in truth, oh, people who can just laugh that kind of shit off. Yeah, it sucks, and you know, for what it's worth, it's very apparent by other people's stories that you're by no means alone, and you're definitely not broken. Like, those people are just assholes, which doesn't mean a whole lot. Hearing a stranger on the internet say it years later, but it's true. Thank you for sharing. These books are so cute. I used to have every Give Yourself Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure books, and that makes me miss that time of my life. I have a couple Choose Your Own Adventures in my collection, and I have quite a bit, but not all of the Give Yourself Goosebumps. One that I really want is Return to Terror Tower, and it's kind of hard to track down, but one day I'll find it. I know one day I'll find it. Everybody gets picked on in school. It's when you learn people truly suck in it and be an introvert. Oof. Well, I didn't go to school, so I wasn't picked on at school, but I was like picked on at like youth group, right? The youth group kids are mean, and like I was always seen as like the weird kind of creepy, just for like being a little bit semi, even back then I was kind of goth, but not to the extent I am now, but like definitely like I was just seen as very weird, like homeschool kid from another planet, so I never like fit in, never was included in anything, that kind of thing. Or American TV is blocked in the US. Oh, that sucks. Don't want to gatekeep, but I also know they'll be over it in like a month. Oh yeah, it's the whole this thing is popular now, so I've always been a fan kind of thing. You're not a true goth emo girl unless your teachers were all deeply concerned by your creative writing. I once scared my one of my youth leaders, because it was like Halloween, and they were like, draw like the scariest thing you can think of, um, for like, they were like trying to figure out like what to carve on a jack-o'-lantern or something like that. What's the scariest thing you can think of? And it was like me having like forever night terrors. I like drew like this like these like hooded figure like um standing up. What was it? It was like a hooded figure like looking in a window, I think, or something, and he was just like deeply concerned. I don't really remember, but I have a fuzzy memory of his concerned face. I'm glad I'm always predictable like the show, but still, no meddling kids. I know. Everyone was a metalhead after Eddie from Stranger Things, and then that disappeared fast. Joe Jonas is in The Righteous Gemstones. His wife, Game of Thrones, isn't. That's funny. But these people that they pick and choose personalities from popular instead of making up their own. Yeah. Yeah. The thing that always got me was I didn't, and I know that everybody's gonna relate to this. The I'm not like other girls trend always drove me insane, because like it was always the girls that like were super popular and had all kinds of friends, and then were like, oh my god, I eat mac and cheese, I'm not like most girls, and they were like they wanted so hard to like be weird and not fit in. But as the kid that was weird and didn't fit in and didn't have a lot of friends, it was always like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't want to be the not like the other girls. You want to be like the other girls. And like, you know, I'm glad I am who I am. But at the time, I was always like deeply frustrated by it. Remember the cheese touch from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Yeah, I was my school's cheese touch. Oh, I'm sorry. No one would be infected. Oh no. Tubi has Addams Family, Green Acres, and Adam West Batman, and it's been so nice to go back to. Night. Thank you for telling me that. I am going to remember that when I make videos. I love Tubi. Tubi's a great resource for what I do. It's never popular in secondary school. They only know me from my art tastes in oof, that's intense, Jay. I'm sorry. Tubi and Pluto TV got me through 2020 lockdown. Yeah, great resource, especially for like reviewing old stuff like I do here. Invaluable resources. Love them. Chasing theory still, though, that most #1 popular line Scooby Doo of all time. I know. It is the line. Green Acres is the place to be. Hard living is the life for me. I always felt bad for the wife because he was just like, I am the man. I am gonna make you move and leave everything you know behind. And I was always just like indignant for her. I'm probably, yes. With any luck, we'll be streaming Chain of Memories tomorrow, unless Maddie is too ill. In which case, I'll probably just stream solo like I usually do. And like read a Goosebumps book. And if not, we can always do that on Tuesday. It's tomorrow now. It's because the main characters of teen movies are always misfits and everyone wants to identify with the main character instead of the bully. Yeah. Wednesday has always been my favorite out of all the Addams Family. So when I heard Netflix gave her a solo thing, I was really intrigued after learning more about that popular franchise. Yeah. Yeah, Wednesday's great. But they're all of the Addamses are lovable in their own way. I love Wednesday though, and I love Morticia specifically. And well, no, I love all of them because then I'm like, but I also love Gomez and I also love Grandma and Lurch. Like they're all great. I love how Lurch isn't even technically like related to them. He's technically just like the butler, but they still treat him with just as much respect and as a part of the family as everybody else. Like and they never disclude anybody. They're just like they just accept everybody even if they think they're strange based off of like them being different from the way they live. It's just they're just so aspirational, the Addams family. Also, to add on to what Milo said, the bullies themselves don't have enough self-awareness to know that they're as terrible as the fictional ones. Yeah. Well, everybody thinks they're the good guy, right? Everybody thinks they're the main character to some extent. Everybody thinks they're doing the right thing, and real life bullies aren't like, oh, I'm gonna go be a bully. They're like, oh, I'm gonna, my life is hard, and I'm gonna take it out on somebody else, which isn't okay. But they think it's different than like the cartoonishly evil bully. Dewey also has Repo the Genetic. Oh, interesting. The Genetic Opera. Two Devils Carnival movies. Oh, I need to watch all of those. The Place, Tubi. Yes. Tubi is underrated if you're into stuff that we're into here. Gasp. Chain of Memories, you say? Yes. We're continuing on our Kingdom Hearts Monday streams with Maddie. We were supposed to start it up again last week. But I didn't have any internet last week, so we're continuing on. With any luck, we'll continue tomorrow with the first Chain of Memory stream, and we'll stream through all that until we're done, and then we'll play the next game, and the next one, and the next one, until we either finish the games or perish. I don't know. I really use Tubi. Tubi's a great resource for like off the beaten path things or like things that you forgot about. The type of stuff that we watch here. I like Lurch because he's just big and huge, but a nice dude. Yeah, he's so sweet. I love Grandma because she's a badass. Yes. I was so obsessed with Repo as a teen. If you haven't seen it, Avery, you should absolutely watch Repo the Genetic Opera. I've heard about it, but I have not seen it. Devil's Carnival is made by the same guy. Highly recommend. Nice. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your cup of joe. Paris Hilton is in it. Paris Hilton, I just filmed us watching a bunch of episodes with my friend Gabe of The Simple Life, because Patrick sent us The Simple Life, yay. And we were talking about how, like, Paris Hilton, when you realize, like, how much she's been playing a character your whole life, you're, like, not surprised at all that she's a good actress, you know? Love you all, but I'm heading to bed. I'm heading to bed too. I'll get off. I'm gonna get off. I've got to be up in like 7 hours? 8 hours. I have stuff to do in the morning, so. Also in an episode of Supernatural. I remember that. Paris Hilton's new best friends. Like the series where all those girls compete Bachelor style to be Paris's. No, but now I'm gonna immediately go and look it up. Thank you for telling me that that exists. Yeah, we're like, if you've seen the documentary that they did on Paris Hilton and like all the shit that's happened to her in her life, like it is really easy to pick out like how much like it's just truly a character and a brand, and it's just like she's really, really smart in real life. Chain of Memories. Oh god. Look, I just figured out Sora was a guy like a few weeks ago. I don't know how to switch up to Chain of Memories now. She doesn't even use her own voice in public. No, when you hear her drop the Paris Hilton voice, you're like, oh my god. Alright, I will get off and let you guys all go to bed, and I will go to bed, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And hopefully I'll have a new video out too soon, so I'll see you guys. Good night, all. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys. I'll see you next time. Bye. Have a good night, everyone in chat. Bye. Have a good night, everybody. Good night. Good night.